Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tassenix, and welcome to a special edition stream. We're still in the middle of the Season 73 5 versus 5 Grand Arena Championship. Right now, we're in the last hour of Week 2, Round 3. If you're already on my Discord, you know I didn't really have a round to stream because I got matched with an Erodium. And yeah, it was a blowout, as you would expect. So I decided that, in honor of this being the very last night before Relic Delta goes live in the game, why not have a chill stream? We'll take some questions. If you guys want roster reviews, I guess we can do that. Talk about whatever you guys want. Now, before we started, I did put up a request in my Discord for you guys to hit me with your questions, and that way we can jump right in. And, if things slow down, I might pull up Teamfight Tactics, do something in the background here. We'll see how it goes. Wolfman, happy up, Tass. Good to see you. Frick Frack in the chat says, good afternoon, Tass. And Merry Delta's Eve, indeed. Eritran, good to see you. Mos Ross, good to see you. Greetings to patron and non-patron alike. A lot of folks showing out in the chat. Hey, Ganra, the very latest member. Pass out. Ravens fan, howdy, Tass. Good to see you. Welcome. One and all, welcome. All right, I'm going to pull up the Cantina chat on my Discord. And if you're not already participating in the thread there, you don't have to. I'm going to take questions from there just as a starting point, get us kicked off. And then, we'll just go from chat after that. All right, let's see here. Yeah, that first question from Banjo I'm not reading. Okay. Yeah, I know Black Sabbath did ask, how about the best non-GL choices for first Relic 10s? And also, I guess, with respect to Relic Delta. Relic Delta... So, most of my roster is Relic 9, right? I'm dealing with Relic Delta from the end of... It's not meant to affect me. It's meant to affect people that aren't all Relic 9. So, as far as my recommendations to you, think about your counters that sometimes might feel a little bit bumpy, where you're using Relic 7s or less to beat teams that are Relic 8 or better. And if you ever feel like some of those are sketch, the characters that are key to that fight would probably be my top priority for additional Relic attention heading into Relic Delta. But like I answered on my Discord about this, I think anybody giving you strong recommendations on Relic 10 is not doing you a good service, because we don't know what the stat profile is for Relic 10. Of course, we know it'll be some amount of added survivability, health or protection, or both. We know there will be a flat mastery increase, and yeah, as far as the proportion of, is it going to be more skewed in terms of the stat budget that Relic 10 gives? Is it going to be more skewed towards tank stats? Is it going to be mostly focused on life total and armor? Or is it going to be something where other stats are going to get that focus, So that's, I think, the most reasonable answer to take right now for Relic 10. Is like, you got to wait until they give you what the stats are. Otherwise, you're just putting pain on yourself. All right. Next question here. Vin Altabi asks, you could tell me what's wrong with my Lord Vader team because it always fails on Java. Link that in the chat, Vin, and we'll take a look. Yeah? We'll get to you. I'll give you a second to link that here. Yeah, Hera, go ahead and send your questions here. The purpose of getting those questions in the Cantina chat before we went live is just so I had something to get cracking right into, Yeah, I guess that was going to be my assumption. When you said my Lord Vader loses, I really was assuming that you meant clones. And I'll be honest, when we pull up your account, and if that is what you meant, I'm expecting that the Lord Vader and Friends mods are pretty bumpy, because I have never felt endangered in that counter. Especially right now with the Dark Side bulk Datacron set being in season. That's not really an issue for me at the moment. All right. By the way, special guest appearance from Dagger here. Hi, Dagger. All right. Yeah. Ben, did you... Oh, are you linking it in Discord or linking it in Twitch? Okay, so Vin just gave link. So, collection. There's Empire. All right, what's Lord Vader look like? First thing, so 300,000 life total. 570 speed is kind of like the minimum, I guess, where I'd like to see him at the high end. At 11k plus damage is honestly, I would like it to be a bit more. So I don't think you have to have exactly mine, but I will show you mine, just as kind of what I'm thinking of what I want for Lord Vader. So same as you, 300,000 life total. I was able to get a little bit more speed, 590 out, right? I can't tell you right now where that feels like a critical difference between 570 and 590, but I'm saying that there's stat budget to be found, because if you're not going to increase the speed, then you might be able to find better secondaries to increase your offense, right? So something closer. I used to have mine at 12,000 offense for like years, and then I recently found a new set of mods to put together and kind of have these stats, right? 590 speed, crit damage triangle, 300,000 life total, 13k offense. He feels pretty monstrous, so in that first place, you might push him that way. And then actually... It does. It does. Yeah. Sure. Okay, this looks excellent. I mean, this looks virtually the same as mine. I love it. It's right sets and everything, so... 341. Okay, I actually think that's probably the very same. Wait, yeah, this is your account. I thought we were looking at mine maybe for a second. Okay, so 331, and I see you went with the full potency spec. I see that this is mostly being done in raid. I don't think that having you could have like a potency cross. Let's say not too terribly different than this one, I guess. Potency primary, high speed, high offense. And then like a 2-piece of potency instead of crit chance. Okay, I mean, you'll understand that as far as critting goes, you're not running. Well, first of all, you're not even running a crit damage triangle, so I guess you weren't really worried about that in the first place. But if you were running the crit damage triangle, you'd be mostly relying on getting advantage to crit because your base crit chance needs help, right? Only 50% here. So anyway, my guess is, if I wanted to do it exactly perfectly, I'd try to be just one speed slower than your CX2, so ideally closer to 340. Not a huge deal, not the biggest deal. But switching to an offense set with a crit damage triangle and 2-piece of crit chance. Also, good secondaries for crit chance. And if you want to stretch for it, you can have that potency cross. Just... you want to be critting and moving and having strong hits when you hit more than you care about really landing the stun from his second special or from his first special. Yes. Yes, that is another way. I don't want to say it's bad. It's not what I would prefer for myself, but I can't honestly tell you how much difference it would make in performance. So, not bad. All right, that was a good question there. But yeah, let's finish up the review of the last few of these. DCT. Okay, this is fine. So, because we can't control how, when, if he ends up getting, what's it called? Ruse. Then I decided that I wanted him in speed and a ton of offense on the secondary, still with the crit damage triangle, because again, occasionally with advantage or whatever. Anyway, like yours is over 13. I want to say mine's only about 11. So kudos to you. This is going to hit really hard. And if you are going to be in an offense set, I think you can easily forgive whatever you're missing in speed compared to mine. I like this. This is okay by me. Yeah. I would say that if you're going to have, why be a 2 crit champ? You're not going to rock the crit damage triangle. You might have some room to switch that 2-piece to something else. Okay. By the way, this would be hilarious if we were reviewing the clones this whole time and I missed somewhere where Vin said that, no, I'm doing it with Lord Vader, Maul, Royal Guard. That would just be outstanding if I was just sitting here like a dick the whole time. Briefly checking to confirm that that is not the case. Thanks for the hydrate, Guilty. Sorry I was late for that. There's a whole bunch of comments in the chat that I do want to catch up to, but let me... All right, Vin, respond in the Twitch chat. I don't want to check both chats. Okay, you are doing it with the clones. I got you, man. Sounds good. All right, at least we're all talking about the same thing. Fantastic. All right. So, okay, we already talked about Oppo here. As far as Scorch goes, tank mods, dig this. I actually did roll the potency when the potency cross when he first came out, thinking to increase my odds of landing the AoE days. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. To be perfectly honest, it's not worth it, in my opinion. I think I would prefer this to be bulk. You're already oriented towards protection. I'd probably switch that over myself. Because you got to think, you know, it'll take him however long it takes to get his first turn, at which point he's going to use Entrench. So we're talking about his second turn. At that point in the fight, who knows what's happening? They could have evasion. They could have tenacity up. But what are we really doing? Angling to increase the chance of something that really isn't pivotal for his role. And it's kind of a nice to have if it does land. I don't think I'm sweating when they're going to get days, because I've got Lord Vader for the unresistible days, you know? So I would consider switching this to protection. I do like the critical avoidance, especially because you've gone to the effort of putting it with one that has a reasonable, you know, percent protection secondary. It's not the very best protection rules, but this is exactly the orientation I would want if I was going to go with the crit avoidance arrow. I also have protection on mine, though. I went with something like, you see how you're about 250,000 life total? I'm about 300,000 life total, about 80% armor. So I would look to just, in general, increase his tank stat profile. Hey, Striker, I see you can't stay in chat task, but have a great stream. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Take care. Thanks for tuning in. I actually think that's a very fair point. You're really, your odds of actually one-shotting with a single big hit, especially early on, I think are practically nil. So, yeah, probably protection for both cross and an arrow. And then I'd say it's almost foolproof. All right, let me check the Cantina chat and make sure we're getting close to caught up here. Okay. It is doable, yes. Paratran asked, best Maz comp for those that haven't gotten Pirate King Hondo yet. Yeah, I mean, I think the Kixcron made pretty clear to me how these characters really do work well together. If it were me, don't be shocked. It's not going to be terribly unconventional. It would be Maz, Quiggled, Ithano, Kix, +1 at your choice. It could be OG Hondo. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's right. Oh, wow. It showed that you were... It showed that I had everybody set up right earlier. checking. Yeah, appreciate you guys letting me know. You would have never heard Dagger. So, good stuff.
Some would say for the best, but, you know.
Benjamin, you said you posted your question in the stream chat. I may have to scroll back for it. Something like that. How did I miss that? I'll find it. Hopefully. Oh, wait. Oh, I know what you mean, Ben. I know what you mean. All right, we'll get to that in a minute. Yes. So, yeah, your +1 can be OG Hondo. SM33 is fine. Like, right now, if you're trying to ward off any type of cheeky, cute counters, you're usually setting your OG Hondo with your Pirate King. Even though we have a Dark Side Boltcron where it would be strictly more life total for the team to have them all be Dark Side, we're doing the OG Hondo there for strategic reasons. So SM33 is usually the guy getting cut. He's a welcome addition to Maz. There's really no wrong choice here. Yeah, Nest is really good. Dig this. I think this is underappreciated. I think the age of slow Nest is probably over in a post-Maz, you know, in a Maz era. I say that because this character being made fast with reasonably high potency and then the rest of your efforts put to offense, nasty stuff, man. I would say that's I'm actually going to put that on the to-do because she's still got like an incidental amount of speed added, right? Just under 240 health, skew as far as circle goes. You've got decent tenacity and stuff like that, but I'm not sure I'm worried too much. I might keep the 2-piece of tenacity, but there, if I could push her up over 10,000 offense, only 150 offense more, and then raise her speed a bunch. Yeah, I'd have to look at this. See, her potency is pretty abysmal, though. It needs a lot of help. So that's a major commitment. I think I'll have to check. Is there potency on Maz? Maz handing anything out that way? Okay. Yeah, I'll do my best to catch those questions from the Cantina chat, guys. But if you're asking any more questions now, do so in the Twitch chat, because that's what I'll switch to as soon as I'm caught up here on the Cantina log. All right, I think we caught that question. That
means that Smee has been underperforming for me with these current Pirate Crons. Because he doesn't gain profit.
It's true. It is
so
true.
He's not scaling the same way some of the other ones are. Now, I'm not saying that like he's worse than Nest or Nest is better. I'm not trying to say anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't think that these current Datacrons are showcasing his power. So,
Ravens fan says, how do you clean up a solo Galactic Legend Hondo? Ah, man. I mean, let's all learn together. I'll check Insight. Let's say season 5.
For fans of the show, you probably know what my response is going to be.
Let's give him a basis of Relic 9 and assume he's a high end, so we can look at, you know, what if it's Relic 8, maybe lesser stuff might work. Let's kind of assume worst case. We'll say that they're wearing a Dark Side bulk, long text, bulk.
All is actually relatively cheap, all things considered.
Okay, so it's just this banners. Wow, Malgar ISC, ya boys. What is this? Potency up, tenacity up, level 3 from a set 23 Dark Side. Wow, just sheer bulk, I guess. Taking it down. Only a couple of these seem, but that's pretty novel. And then, God, look at this. The rest of it looks pretty serious, folks. Anybody who is dropping and having this, as far as a success goes... Well, here, let's flip it back to battles. See what we got. CLS looks like it has reasonable odds. Veers has never abandoned us. He's there. He's gone underappreciated. He's gone dark. But he was always there. And it looks like Veers with the Darth Vader, Veers with the Dark Side Pirate Cron. Yeah, I would think buffs up would be pretty great there. So, all right. That's a good one. I don't know if you have insight, but I will drop this link that I pulled in the Twitch chat. So that if you do have it, you can view this. Okay. Yeah, some of these I'm not. Okay, yes, and I see Steve-O did ask, am I excited about Relic Delta? Really, it doesn't mean anything to me. It's meant to push players that are more towards the middle right now into the late game. Is it going to mean that some players, like there are players that, like we've even had as guests on Plotting and Scheming, like Tom Ford, who are competing generally at the top of the game, like within the top 20, certainly within the top 50, even the worst of times. And he's doing it with millions less GP than most of his surrounding opponents. That type of player will be very much punished early on. And I don't look forward to that. I like seeing players like Tom. I look forward to fighting players like that. I will, in the short term, see less players like that. In the long term, I expect it'll work itself out and I'll be seeing Tom ASAP. I think the challenge for the folks that are going to get squeezed by Relic Delta is having enough experience with your own roster in Grand Arena to know which of your counters need the most help by closing the Relic Delta gap. Link just dropped, geez, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, what, 10, 11, 1,200? Is that it? I don't know, maybe I can't count. Maybe that's just 100 biddies. But regardless, Link, thank you. That's incredible. Delta saved us. I can't wait for my Relic 5 General Syndulla to get absolutely destroyed tomorrow in TW, but it's okay. This is divine punishment and a loyalty test from Relic Delta, which I will brightly pass with open arms. Happy 10th anniversary. Happy 10th to you, Link. All right.
I will say another thing about Relic Delta that I don't think is being talked about enough, and I know I brought it up several times. The majority of your teams are not going to need to be all brought up. Bring your attacker to R8, bring your tank to R9. The rest of your stuff being R7 should be good enough for a lot of stuff. I don't think you're going to have to take your entire team to like R7, R8 just to compete. I think like if you take you need your attacker to deal damage, you need your tank to tank. Outside of those two, like granted your supports may die more at R5 than they would at R7, but I would look at it through the lens of this gives me an excuse to relic up my attackers and tanks first. Because nobody said your whole team has to be equal relic levels.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. True. That's true. Let me catch up here. Ravens fan, howdy Task. Good to see you. Cosley, yep. Phil, would you prioritize getting full teams to Relic 7 for offense first or defense first? E.g., full Ray teams first or full Slacker teams first? So yeah, because Relic Delta, when you're looking at the table for what those values are, those are done on a character-to-character interaction basis. So I would hesitate to think in terms of bringing up whole teams, just like Dagger was immediately just before me just saying. You want to think about whose efficacy are you trying to improve, or who are you trying to make sure doesn't take extra damage and an increased risk of blowout. Like, most of us should be pursuing Master Qui-Gon, Padawan Obi-Wan at Relic 9 for their resource event, Duel of the Fates. If you were otherwise not already having that, you should get it just for that. But I'm sure that if you're rising in the ranks, you're encountering matchups that put your Padawan Obi-Wan at risk. And that's pre-Relic Delta. So think about it like that. Like Dagger was saying, like your higher priority characters, closing Relic Delta issues on attackers is a twofold advantage. You're making them, take less damage from not having an offensive multiplier against them, and you're increasing their effective damage done. It's really important for attackers more than just about anything. And then tanks immediately under that. So think in those terms. Don't think about whole teams. That's not something I'd really worry about for Relic Delta in particular. Boro, good to see you. Banja,
except for raids. Except for raids.
Oh yeah, I guess. Fair point. Raids are a real thing. So too would it be for later stages of TB. All right. I'm not reading that question, Banja. Boro, good to see you, man. RX Dealer, am I tempted to start a new account? I don't know if that's what you meant to ask, but yeah, I'm not. I'm not at all. Thank you for asking. I never think about it. Not even a little bit. It's a nightmarish prospect. Because anybody who knows me and hangs out with me, especially the patrons, know that like the amount of time I spend obsessing over details just in my main account, I would lose my job. The family would leave me. I would be doing it strictly from my phone, huddled under a table in a McDonald's, plugged into the wall, hoping they don't notice me when they close. That type of thing. Yeah. Yeah.
And he's not even lying either.
Sorry?
Guys, you're not lying either.
Yeah, for sure. Heratran.
Also, Manja, to answer your question, check out his Sonastaros Relic level.
What was it? Yeah. All right, Heratran, as a panic button, which characters would be considered key to rush to Relic 7 before I can Relic 7 the whole team? Finn, Treya, Seer, Malicos, or Phoenix? Now, I wonder who he means by Phoenix, because surely he doesn't. Does he? Oh, does he mean the whole team? No, he said characters. But rush to Relic 7 before I can Relic 7 the whole team. So assuming that none of these characters are Relic 7, and by Phoenix, I'm hoping he means Krex, if I had to guess. I don't know. I'm just going to ballpark
Well,
that
Krex is our 7 requirement for Leia, so probably not Krex.
Well, whatever. I'd say Finn is lower priority. Seer is not unimportant, but less important. Out of all of these, the glowing red ones look like Malicos and Treya to me. If it were me, probably Malicos. Treya's kit is such that most of the damage she does is by existing. You're usually picking the matchup with her, so you're often picking into a team that's going to do attacks out of turn, and her leadership's just going to shred them apart. So I worry more about her survivability more than I do about damage. As far as wanting to get the most survivability and damage, for getting the most out of that twofold advantage of minimizing Relic Delta, I would definitely put Malicos high on the list.
Yeah, Savage is definitely going to do a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to keeping Treya alive, so you might have to avoid some big AoE teams in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say Malicos is the number one option, or the number one thing that you listed there. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how important Treya is. It really depends on what you're fighting against. If you're fighting R8 and R9 teams, then Treya is a slightly higher priority just for surviving big AoEs. Otherwise, if you're just fighting R7 teams on defense, I don't think Treya past R5 is like the most urgent.
Yeah.
Right. She could be 1 to 3 relic levels behind. Maybe not 3. 3 is aggressive right now. But she could be 1 or 2 relic levels behind what you're fighting against, I think. Because the Relic Delta on Relic 1 and Relic 2 are not ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. I see some longer questions here that I'd like to answer. But I see Arthric cut in and said, hey, Tass, possible to have 30 seconds of your time. Check the What You Drinking channel real quick on my Discord. What do we got cooking up here, boss? Got cooking. Ooh, let me drag this on over to the main screen and show you all what we're working with. Wow. That looks man. And this is the time of year, man. Sitting out at jeans and a flannel shirt on a front porch in a rocking chair in this weather with a tumbler of scotch or whiskey. I can imagine the flavor of some of these. I don't think I've had a few. I don't think I've had the Hill Rock.
I haven't even seen like half of these before.
Boy, nice looking stuff there, Carthric. A man of taste, I see. Very good. All right, back to the list here. Spovo asked, are we sure they're implementing Relic Delta this round of GAC? Why do I remember them saying they're waiting until after the Stranger Conquest cycle? Also, hi, Tass. First of all, hi. And second, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. Like, it's all meant to be going live here on the 18th. I think when you're talking about the last thing that you mentioned, that was in the original announcement for the FAQ that came out right after it, for the Relic Delta testing. So by the time they finalized and published that latest announcement with the finalized Relic Delta values and everything, I think it was confirmed there that 11.18, it's all going live.
And even if they don't enable it for specifically the Conquest, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't enable it for PvP, considering that's the reason they did it. It's a GAC week. It's GAC week 3 with no new characters being put in. So this is the wrinkle they're throwing in for week 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have TW starting this week. So why wouldn't they debut this in a PvP week?
Ravens fan asks, is it worth burning JMK to clean up a solo Hondo? I mean, that's a highly circumstantial question, man. There's a lot of boards you might have to clear yet. Do you have something that looks more realistic? We just had this question, and if you scroll up a little bit in the chat, you'll see I posted the Insight link. If you have Insight, it'll take you to the pre-sorted data looking at fighting Relic 9 Pirate King Hondos, so kind of a worst-case scenario, having Darkside Bulk level 3, Long Text Pirate level 6. I didn't specify the level 9. Yeah, check it out for yourself. See what you think. I didn't filter on the Zetas. I don't know how much that'll change the data, but if you really wanted to be extra thorough, do that. All right, what's next? Yeah, thanks.
Just really quick. Heratran said, sorry, my question was a bit weirdly worded. I meant with the Finn, Treya, Seer, and Phoenix teams, who are the key characters to R7 Plus first? The Phoenix team, just leave it. I don't think it's enough powerful to justify putting a bunch of relics into it.
Yep, and I think Karthric and others confirmed that as far as how Relic Delta affects like the power of mechanical counters, like Phoenix versus Riva, with I want to say even with a very high Relic Delta, something like even 4 or maybe 4+. I don't even know that I want to say the number that comes above 4, but like, yeah, it should still work. It should still be mechanically overwhelming. That being said, that underscores Dagger's point. Like, there are teams that probably need the help more.
Yeah, and on the Treya team, Savage is probably the most important relic. And I would make sure that you keep Treya more bulky, or keep Savage more bulky than Treya for handcuffs purposes. So probably keep her 1 to 2 behind him. Outside of that, Nihilus, it would be the third one. On Seer Malicos, I would say Malicos, then Crew. But Crew's required at R7. So your request was R7, I guess. But Crew to R9 is going to be good in general if you're looking to push something past R7. Otherwise, Starkiller and Maul are both good R7, R8s, who both play part-time roles as secondary damage dealers on Seer Malicos. Baby Cal is a weird one because he himself doesn't need the survivability as much, but the survivability adds to the team goes up as he gets reliced up, I believe. Right? Doesn't he give people 5% of his health and protection? Hold on, I gotta read a kit again. It's been a while since I've read Baby Cal's kit. But Baby Cal is also a solid choice to R7.
Yeah, I'll pull up Baby Cal here. Give me a sec.
Is this heal based on his health or his teammates' health?
Dispel all debuffs on target ally, and they recover 45% health, so it would be based on their own.
No, sorry, the unique. The unique where he gives them the bonus when they get...
Allies gain 30% max health, so it would be based on their own. It would explicitly say based on his own.
Ally, they and Cal gain... Okay, so it's based off their stats.
Yeah, their own at all times.
Yeah. No, that's all that... Because the 5% health and protection thing was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, makes sense.
But yeah. As far as the Zori team, I wouldn't really worry too much about relicking any of them up. They're a mechanics-based team. I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't prioritize a team that's not in the... If you take all your teams and list it and put them from like top to bottom, both Phoenix and Finn are going to fall in the 26 to 30 range or lower. And I wouldn't worry about pushing those teams up first when you have the 25 teams above them you would rather work on. For Relic Delta purposes specifically. If you're talking about building a team from scratch, then that's a different question. But if you're talking from 5 to 7, I would prioritize the teams you actually use that aren't Datacron and, mechanics dependent.
Hmm?
Sorry, he just clarified his question, so I figured I would.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Next thing in line. By the way, for any of you guys asking, I see a couple of you, and when I get to you for roster reviews, if you're, why would you ask Tass? Would you do a roster for review for me? Then wait for me to say yes. Then me wait for you to drop the link. Just drop the link with the request, man. We'll pull it right up. Let's go. All right. Yes, Most Ross, if you have time, would you maybe look at my roster for good Relic 7 opportunities? We can do that. Drop that link, man. Boro, we already saw you. Yeah, sorry if I didn't say hi to you earlier. Tim. Hope you have a great stream today. Good luck in your GAC. Yeah, I had an Erodium, man. It was nothing to see here. That's why we're just doing a casual stream today. Ren2G asked a great question. Hi, Tass. When upgrading mods, do you work on a tune or just your best mods that can be upgraded and find a home for it? So it's a bit of both in the sense that when I know that I have an upcoming character, like at this point, I'm able, largely because of support from you guys, I'm able to go after these new characters and basically have them unlocked at 7 stars by the end of their initial marquee release. So I'm no longer having to grind stars. I've generally got enough resources that I'm able to take them straight on up to wherever I need them to be, usually R8 plus. So I don't have constraints in that sense. So when I'm thinking about how to upgrade a mod, first I'm thinking about upcoming characters. If I was still grinding for something, what type of set do I think they want? And when I think about other characters that I could be working on that are either new releases or characters that are dubious in how they're performing, like I know this team could be doing better on defense if only I had that much more offense or health or something like that. Or the more severe case where there's an offensive counter that I need to rely on because that's where the meta's put us, but I can't make it work because I'm not fast enough. I don't hit hard enough. I can't take enough hits. Whatever it is. Offensive counters definitely take priority. And yeah, so when I'm thinking about those characters, I'm looking, how many of these characters have sets in common that they need? And those will be the ones that I farm first and longest, because clearly I have the greatest need and the greatest lacking of those sets. So it's thinking about more than one character at a time, depending on what your needs are. Hopefully that helps, man.
Also, just a broad strokes, like addition to that, one of the reasons why players at the top end, like Tass and somewhat myself, are able to work on mods for specific characters is because we already have mods that we're happy with on most of our other characters. So I would say, in general, you would like to work on your good mods before you work on your specialty mods for specific characters, because you do want good mods on as many characters as possible before you just crack one character's mods out. My personal opinion.
That's fair. So, yeah. Do a quick mod filtering as we speak.
Not that anyone asked me.
True. That's true. Okay, let's see here. Ravens fan, you don't have insight to see about that Pirate King solo? How about I keep that on screen here and you take a couple screen grabs while we're still chatting? How's that sound?
We have a first-time chatter here too, by the way. I don't know if you got to
I promise I'll get to them all in dear time. Benjamin posted a question. Hold on, let me hit that. That was a while ago. All right, Benjamin's question was, I started a new account for fun to experience what the early game is like. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the path to take with all the new light side tokens. Should I go Profundity into Leia or Executor into Jabba? Or is there some other path to consider? Also thinking my first legendary might be BKM with the light side tokens. Wow, guys here in the chat, especially those of you who have done this new player journey, I'm gonna need you to intercede here and help me out. Let me drop the link here that Royal Ranger, aka Zoltre, shared. You guys want to look yourselves and give some recommendations. This is my biggest blind spot, guys. Like, it's going to remain my blind spot because I really just do not have the time or inclination to do a new account. And so I would rather point you to a knowledgeable content creator or source than to try and spin bullshit into something that sounds like good advice.
And it's been 3 years since I had some real life friends start, so I am 3 years removed from giving any advice whatsoever because I don't know.
Yeah, we'll read some of those answers out when they come in the chat, but we'll keep moving because I'm not going to sit here and try and.
Well, what I will say is that Jabba is probably the first gel you should look at. I don't know if it's the first one you should get, but it's the first one I would look at for the mods.
Yeah.
That's all I'll kind of add.
Yeah, because obviously nobody would say that somebody that's related to a resource event like Smuggler's Run 2, nobody's going to say that it's bad to go for Jabba, but I understand the spirit of your question. Like, there is somebody out there that's done the homework about what's the optimized order to go after any one of these resource event related characters and teams in terms of how many resources does it cost to actually get them, how accessible are the characters, aka how quickly can you acquire the whole team and therefore start making an impact on your roster as those resource events start to accumulate over time. Like, there's a balancing act to be done there that I'm not qualified to give you for the early game.
Asake just said Vextron just released his first update video for his 1-year anniversary of his new free-to-play account.
There you go. Go check out Vexatron. We have featured him as a guest before on Plotting and Scheming. A guy who I think is going to be somebody you guys are going to want to pay attention to. If you're worried about how Relic Delta is going to affect your roster, you're going to be wanting to see the choices that Vex makes, because he's scrappy. He's a couple million under a lot of the people towards the top 50. I want to say I've seen him inside the top 50 before. Like, he can do it, and he will be challenged by Relic Delta. So pay attention, because you'll see him start. I'm sure there'll be some counters that are working now that he's going to be struggle bussing here this coming week, and that will give shape to how he chooses to close his Relic Deltas. All right. Oh, wow. More biddies? Let me scroll down. Link. Another 500. Hondo, R9, Rush. Fucking dude. Nice, dude. Man, you are something else, man. That is something else. All right. So, yeah, we'll get some answers here from the chat to help you, Zoltre. Hopefully we can get something. Ravens fan. Let me still keep this on the screen for you. Let me know if you need me to scroll, and I'll give you some more of the page to show. All right. Yeah, okay. Heratran, we covered you earlier. Asake said, I'm building my Malicos right now, and I was inspired by your 13k offense and 100k health push, but I'm likely to fall short on both fronts. 12k, 90k is most likely the end result. That is excellent. That is excellent. My thing was stretch goals, right? That was just stretch goals. 13k is a stretch goal for offense. 100k, you can see I'm something like 94, 96, 97 something. Like, I'm not quite there, but you're right to see that's exactly what I was going for. And not less than 240 speed. I think I'm like 264 right now, and that's towards the faster end of where I'd like him to be. Probably not faster than 270. Yes, 12k, 12k offense, 90k health, and then hopefully if your speed is not under 240, I think you're doing well. Isuk, I don't know, says, I know this question is asked a lot, but I figured I'd get your opinion. Having finished every journey in game and finally approached the part of the game that I can increase whatever relics I want, I'm struggling to figure out who to prioritize for Relic 9. I have all my resource events covered, and 2 GLs, Ahsoka and Pirate King, at Relic 9, but I'm not sure if to finish all GLs to Relic 9 or prioritize important tanks like Riva, etc. It's definitely case 2. It shouldn't be a rule in your mind that, like, if you had the ability to apply 9 relic, let's say we have, I don't know how many GLs we have. Do we have 10 now? 9? I don't know.
Yes, we have 10.
We have 10 GLs. Okay, let's say you had the ability to apply 10 Relic 9s right now. If you were doing it properly, there would not be 10 Galactic Legends having Relic 9s. There'd probably be something like 4. Maybe 5. Like that. Aside from that, you're absolutely right to think about things that have outsized meta impacts, like tanks, like fleet commanders, where it applies. Of course.
That being said, Riva is coded as an attacker. Don't R9 her for tank stats.
That is true. He doesn't gain a ton from it, but I don't know. I mean, I did it because here's the thing. You'll find some
Well,
variants.
I'm saying don't do it. This sounds like he's looking at some of his first R9s. I'm saying it should not be one of your first R9s. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't say JML. I think JML is probably the only one you didn't, is like the glaring one that's missing. After JML, it's like Ezra. And then honestly, I would just hold. If you have all the requirements R9, I would just hold and see what Relic Delta wants you to do.
Yep. Yeah.
R8 to R9 is not a huge bonus for the majority of characters.
On the same vein, though, like I do like that there are some some Galactic Legends that do gain benefit from every little bit of the upgrade from 8 to 9. And so I will give honorable mentions to Ray and to Slacker for that. There's nothing that goes to waste in that. Like, as That's opposed true. To something like Jabba, where it is like it is an okay to have. I don't even want to say that it's even like a nice to have. There are so very few matchups where having a Relic 9 over Relic 8 Jabba would matter, that it would be probably the very last one that I would take to Relic 9. Something like that. Yeah, if you had a list that you wanted us to prioritize, I think we could do that for you, Isuk. But yes, you should be considering that second case, where you'll take the Galactic Legends that stand to gain the most from Relic 9, and then look at your tanks and so on, like you suggested. Yes, crucially, not Reva. All right. Hey, what's going on, Mike Cal? Was there a raid? Did I miss some type of raid notification from YouTube? If somebody did raid me, thank you. I guess I don't get to see who did that. Back. No raid notification. Okay. Anyway, back to the chat. Cass, do you want to see why I'm pissed about Relic Delta? Shall I link my GG? Yeah, let's have a look. Let's see what's completely forked. All right, what are we looking at here? So some 9s and then 8 GLs. Pretty important Relic 9 characters. Uh-oh. Right here after Bausch. Drops right off to 7. Okay, there's some 8s and 9s again. All right, so yeah. All right, yeah, a lot of 7. Yeah, I mean,
I'm honestly not seeing like a reason why you'd be that pissed. Like, R7's going to punch into R9 just fine.
Yeah, and also there's most of the characters that you're worried about are like most of the teams that you're worried about will probably only have 1 or 2 characters that are priority. 1 to 3. I mean, if it's like tank and 2 attacker or something, maybe like that. That might be a priority. So.
Yeah, but Spovo, like, regardless of your GAC rank, like, your R7s are going to punch. Your R7s and R8s are going to punch into R9s. Like, go look at the Relic Delta table.
Things are gonna be a little more sketch than they used to be. Nobody's gonna sit here and try and tell you otherwise, Spovo. Nobody's gonna bullshit.
But I don't think you're gonna get gapped. Yeah, but I don't think R7 R9 is gonna be. You're gonna get gapped.
Yeah,
I just think it's gonna be a little dicier.
It's gonna be just a little bit. You might have to improve your mods if you don't have the relic materials to help close the gap. There is something extra. You will have to work a little bit harder to achieve the same results that you were doing this past week and all the time before. Like, no, I don't think anybody's going to try and argue against that.
Yeah. All I'm saying is I would take a deep breath and just be annoyed. Don't be pissed. Just be annoyed. Because it's going to be annoying to have to assign a better datacron or improve mods or take a couple characters from R7 to R8 to solidify counters. Like, you just go look at the table. It's going to be 10% less damage and 10% more damage incoming, 10% less damage output. I don't think that's going to affect most counters to the point where they're just going to hard fail because of the Relic Delta. But yeah, man, I definitely get the frustration. I'm not gonna, like Taz said, no one's asking you to thank CG for this.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Oh yeah, we got one answer about what early guide path to take. Executor Hairtran says Executor into Java is still probably the best path. You shouldn't do BKM first legendary since her tokens will only be available towards March and April, but you should try to get her as soon as you are able to. Don't delay Palpatine, Thrawn, CLS, Chewie, and Grandmaster for her, though. There's some advice. Okay, Mus Ross, you did post your Swagger.gg. Let me scroll back up to question. Earlier, 1,000 years ago. Task, if you have time, would you maybe take a look at my roster for good Relic 7 opportunities? So, All right, starting. All right, well, I mean, front and frickin' center. Exile Ezra, hot ticket to take up, man. You said Relic 7. Oh, to take 2 Relic 7. Okay, not from Relic 7. Reading.
Yeah, so basically looking to round out his teams for the Relic Delta. Marin is the first one that popped out to me.
Yeah, well, there you go. All right, we're getting to the dawn of the Relic 5. So we'll say 5's where I'm going to start having, my eye drawn. So yes, Marin, if you're trying to do Marin versus Jabba, yes, Marin is going to be a top priority. Fatal and others, I definitely believe in this myself. But at high levels of play and anywhere in between, taking Marin up to Relic 9, not necessarily as a top priority, but like pretty reasonably high priority. Like if you want to rely on Marin versus Jabba, season in, season out, as the metas change, having her Relic 9, full tenacity build, tenacity cross, and 3 protection primaries with as much tenacity and protection as you can throw on her, that is going to be the ticket.
Also, you want her higher Relic if you ever put her with Great Mothers, because she is they kind of have to kill her first when they're doing like Malgus and stuff like that. So having her bulkier there helps as well.
Sure. All right, looking on, scrolling on down the page here.
I mean, not to be that guy, but Brutus and Silvo in Vayne?
I mean, yeah, guys, that guy? Folks on your Galactic Legend teams, routine members of Galactic Legend teams.
Yeah, he doesn't. If you scroll to the very bottom of his roster, you'll see that Vayne and these guys, they're
sure.
He's still working on the team.
Like a lot of these characters that are Relic 5 right now are kind of okay to stay there. See Night Sister Spirit, I'd like to see higher for you. That is, that character is more than proven its worth. I don't think you need to worry about failings.
Honestly, I think that there's a handful we could recommend you in a vacuum, but the majority of your R7s are going to be your personal experience encounters that you use, shoring up the gaps there.
Although, since you made the point of saying that you have Pirate King, Hondo, and Ahsoka at Relic 9, you definitely want to bring up every one of these routine members of the team. Sorry?
He doesn't have Hondo.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I think I'm just mixing lots in my head, mixing questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean...
That's why I said not to be that guy, but R7, like if you look at the bottom of his roster there, you'll see the Silvo and the Vayne 5. That's why I said.
You'll know when to worry about these, Mus Ross. When you're getting close to unlocking Hondo, you'll want to have these guys closer up. But yeah, I don't mean it to sound like a lazy answer. It really depends on the characters. My suspicion is we're mostly looking at things at a Relic 5. You're mostly using things at a minimum Relic of 5, where I think you are in Grand Arena. So for the counters, like pull up your own offensive performance here, in Grand Arena.
What I would honestly say, and it wasn't your question, but in the spirit of the what do I upgrade? Death Trooper Peridia, Night Trooper, Enoch, Padawan Obi-Wan, Master Qui-Gon.
Good ones.
These guys are going to pay for themselves in 3 to 6 months. Or 4 to 8 months.
And his question was what to take to 7. Your specific question has value if he's
I said in the spirit, that's what I said. Yeah. It doesn't directly answer your question, but it's in the spirit of the what do I upgrade?
Yeah.
I'm going to just suggest those as a way to print more rewards down the road. But yes.
Yep. All right. Oh yeah. When we were talking about DCT a while ago for the mods, this is something that I want to show you guys. If you watch Plotting and Scheming, a couple seasons ago, Fatal had switched his DCT into full bulk modding, like 4 protection primaries, all defense sets. The purpose being that when the BKM counter to Lord Vader clones came out, the kill order is to kill DCT pretty much first. Like you're trying to eliminate him ASAP. So successful BKM counters were really about was I able to burst out DCT on the opening salvo, or do I actually have to focus Bam's birds there to finish him off, and then only getting the spillover damage going to the next weakest character? And with that in mind, he switched to that full bulk. I really couldn't bring myself to do it. I want to say he's up over 200,000 life total on his, and his will have significantly more armor than mine. But I tried to strike some type of balance between keeping that speedy bit of offense build I was telling you about earlier, while still having some sizable life total. So here you see 200,000 life total just by a hair, 351 speed, crit damage triangle for the odd boost that you'll get, from A random crit, B. I don't recall if it's actually an eligible recipient for advantage, but if he is, that's the intent. And then just under 12k special offense. So it's good, it's taking enough turns, and he's able to take enough punches, and that is still with a crit damage triangle. I like it.
Yeah, and to Tass's point, I am 341. What is my special damage? It's like 63.5% armor, 12k ish damage, but I'm in an offense set with 3 prot primaries and a crit damage triangle. I'm just not in the speed set.
There you go.
So to Tass's point, like the three bulk primaries I think are a holdover from there, but I don't really see a reason to change it unless like you really, really want to put a different arrow on him.
Sure. I think survivability is really key for those.
Sure. Not arguing it. I'm just saying, like, I could see changing the arrow. I couldn't see ripping the prot cross I have on him off.
Mm-hmm.
But we were talking earlier about crit avoidance. Maybe a reasonable crit avoidance arrow person. Maybe not for the BKM thing specifically, but I have definitely one-shot this poor guy.
Yeah, I don't want to do CA because I feel like I'm dropping too much life total. Way too much.
No, it's fair. That's fair. I'm not arguing with that either. I'm just saying that of the guys who get one shot right off the rip, he's like the guy who gets one shot off the rip.
All right, let's see here. Hey, Black Lion, good to see you. Sorry I'm late to say hi. Okay, Esoc says, it's why I was hesitant to just YOLO Relic 9 all GLs, because like you said, some like JMK, Jabba don't really benefit versus like Lord Vader, JML, Leia probably would. After that, the most glaring, obvious one I'd say is probably Ezra, as he's currently Relic 7, very much agree. I'll link my GG just in case anyone can point out any other glaring, obvious ones. Feel free to help him with that, folks. Feel free to respond in chat. But I guess the direction was tank GLs, greater than LV, greater than Ezra, and then maybe others like Slacker Ray. Honestly, the importance of Ezra, no matter how you're using him, whether with Ahsoka or with Rey, is such that I would probably take him to Relic 9 ahead of LV. Like, remember, LV is going to be tough enough to burst in the presence of CX2 anyway. So, as far as the difference between 8 to 9, it is important to do. He is important to do. But I think Ezra at 9 matters more to wherever he's being used than Lord Vader.
Yeah, the 3 light side GL tanks are probably your 3 first GLR9s. Ahsoka, Luke, and Leia. And then I think Ezra's probably right after that, which is kind of a goddamn shame considering like your first 4 luxury R9s are all just going to be light side characters.
Yeah. We'll take another couple questions, and I'm going to take just a couple minutes break here, and I'll be right back with us. But next one here from Gate69. Who would be the best Omicron for me next? Silvo or Maz's second special? I have Pirate King and Maz. I have Pirate King and Maz has the other two Omicron. Okay, I like this question. Let's remind ourselves what we're looking at.
Probably just Silvo.
What, it's on the unique, is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, whenever an enemy with bonus protection, protection up, or shield up attacks out of turn, they lose 10% of their max protection. Whenever an enemy gains protection up, they are exposed for 1 turn. Whenever an enemy loses turn meter, all pirate allies recover 25% health and protection and gain 1 stack of profit. Whenever pirate allies gain protection up, they also gain 5% turn meter. Whenever Pirate King Hondo Anaka is the ally in the leader slot, the first time any pirate ally is defeated, if they had a stack of profit, they revive with 100% health and protection. Okay, that's like a lot. So the competition is stiff. Keeper of Secrets on Maz says, for Grand Arena Omicron, if all allies were pirates at the start of battle, Maz steals an additional stack of profit. So she steals 1, now it's 2, that she granted to enemies from each enemy until the end of the encounter, and all enemies have their cooldowns increased by 1. If target enemy had lost all 5 stacks of profit given from Maz, deathmark them until the end of the encounter, which can't be copied or dispelled. If the enemy already had deathmarks, set target enemy to 100 max health until the end of the encounter. If target enemy was a galactic legend, inflict them with armor shred instead, which can't be dispelled until the end of the encounter. I would say that this Omicron to me feels like it matters more on offense. And so if I was inclined to set this team on defense, and similarly, I think we're all kind of doing that.
I think the opposite. It matters more on defense because of the cooldown increase. On offense, not having this doesn't change the fact that you steamroll Lord Vader.
Fine. I'm just saying, like, for a team that I'm setting down on defense, the AoE cooldown increase and stuff is nice. It is nice. And the Deathmark, I imagine, for longer fights matter. But in the early experience I've had fighting Maz, we're all taking counters against it, where you're overwhelming the opportunity. Like, there's really not much chance for her to be able to act at all, let alone do enough where you're going to see that death mark pop off, where you're going to see, that minimization of health down to 100. I don't know about reasonably qualified counters that are letting fights go on long enough where any of this really becomes a factor. So that being said, between this and Silvo's giving out all this passively. That's just bonkers. Between the two, my gut is, and especially if you're ever inclined to set either team on defense, this does much more, I want to say, for a team on defense.
Yes. Like, it's not... Silvo's is better than that one. I don't think it's close.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, it's a reasonable question because it's a very powerful skill. Yeah. But yes,
no argument.
I think Silvo Unique's the way to go. Okay, looks like more questions are in the chat. Look, I'll come back and I won't kill the screen. I'll leave you guys in the tender care of Dagger while I go grab another drink. And
all right, turn the camera on and get him banned.
That's right. Yes, yeah. We will not enable Dagger's camera while I'm gone, but we'll be right back. And I
was gonna do the truffle shuffle.
Oh no, we won't be doing that. No, I don't think so.
But yeah, it like Silvo is like a 10 and the Maz one is like a 9, so they're both very, very good. But yeah, I would definitely prioritize that.
All right,
I would mod Maz the same way on offense and defense. Put a bunch of speed on her and hope it's good enough. Like, she has 1 attack, it's her basic. Both of her specials don't do damage. So she's a quintessential support. Look, Jay Chung, I have been told to keep that to a minimum. We'll try and keep it Star Wars related. But... yeah, if you ever get an opportunity, check out Victor Wembanyama's Twitter page, though. He's a GOAT for many reasons. Steve-O, R10 first. Want to see the stats first? Boro, there is plenty of pictures of me on the internet in the Swugga community. I am 37? Yeah, 37, 88. I'm 37 years old. Definitely not bald. Definitely not short-haired. My hair is really long right now. It's like, it would cover my eyes down to my nose if I let it fall down in the front. I need a haircut. And I have a manicured beard that's like an inch long because I have a job where I have to be on camera. But there's plenty of... You don't have to look too hard for pictures of me. Best Swugga animal Wampa. No, it's the little mouse thing that lives in Smee's eye. Yeah, Boro, I sound old as shit. I get that a lot.
That's because you're old.
Hey, Ranger.
Hey!
Ranger. Otherwise, I have schizophrenia.
I'm not really Ranger. I'm the voice in your head. I want you to be nice to everybody.
No. Get out of my head.
I want you to say nice things about their account and their Star Wars.
But yeah, Boro, I've been on several streams with my camera on. Including Ranger was there for the... Man, it came up the other day, Ranger, the roast we had with Heinze.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that was a ton of fun, man. It's sad that he ended up cutting a lot of it, although I think it's on YouTube somewhere, the full thing. But I think we only did one joke each live about each person or something like that.
Well, no, I don't think it was one. I mean, I remember when we did that. I went in on everybody.
We got one line or a paragraph on everyone. But yeah, the recording during we pre-recorded a much longer version, and then we did a shorter version live. Because I was like, even Heinze didn't want to air some of the things we said.
Oh yeah. Hello, Darth Link. Hello, Eragon, son of Erathon. Hi, Mary J.
Look, at least Ranger's not going to embarrass Tass the way that I am willing to embarrass Tass.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, Boro. Yeah, depends on how far back you want to go. Thunderwhack way back in the day. I think it goes by Pokewhack now.
You've been Thunderwhack.
Yeah. Who else have I gone on? Operation Metaverse.
Oh, yes. I remember those days.
Yeah, my face has been all over the place. Like, I have not really hid my face in the Swugga community. Tass doesn't want to put the effort into OBS to have my camera somewhere.
Nor should he.
No. It's his stream. I'm here as a guest. I'm not trying to make him do extra work. But yeah, I have not made an effort to hide my face. Yeah, Darth Link. Yeah, I'm not going to claim that I was good friends with them, but yeah, good old Maurice and T Money were good people.
Yep. Good old Maurice still comes on our auto stream every December as we raise money for the ACS. And then he...
Oh, man, back in the day with the worm. Him doing the worm for charity was probably one of my favorites, man. Yeah, Livid. Thunderwhack is... Thunderwhack and I are... I guess isn't really outing anyone, but he lives 90 minutes south of me. We're actually friends. We actually became friends through Swugga. Good guy.
All right. I'm coming back.
I'll always remember him going on stream and saying, "I was busy farming. What can I do?" If you're like, "Oh, what were you farming?" He's like, "No, motherfuckers. I am on a farm." Yeah, Steve-O, the Gami pants. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I miss his masochistic style of Gak play.
Mm-hmm.
You thought Fatal set a heavy defense, man. Y'all should have been there for Gam, where he played for clearing a zone. That was his goal.
Yeah, I think he was number one willing to struggle bus it. Yes, I think that's fair. Let's catch up. Let's see what we got. Hiboria says, by the way, is Ranger in the chat with us?
I am. I've been here since you went to get a little drinky.
Well, hey, welcome. I've got my beer. Cheers to you. Thanks for joining us. Got Rangers, so hey, opportunity to ask questions directed at Rangers way as well. There we go. Finish the whole sentence.
One sip of beer, Tass is already drunk.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, chair stream.
I might get some bourbon.
Oh yeah, I forgot about T-Money's cock, man. That was a really good couple of months.
Oh
yeah.
All right. Hivoria says, Tass, for your free Relic 10, are you taking the opportunity to Relic 10 a pet project character, or will you take the high efficiency route? So, yeah, in reference to when this was already asked about, what would be my priority Relic 10s, until I know the stats, nothing's for sure. That being said, realistically, as a member of a TW guild, I'm probably going to end up doing what the guild asks for the very first one, and then just as soon as I can do one at my discretion, I will let you know who that is. I just need to know what the stats are, and I would have an answer within 5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, depending on what the I already have, 3 different lists based on what the stats do. And I will also be placing my first Relic 10 on whatever Spock tells me to put it on.
I will be right back. I need to grab a glass for some drinking.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I can. If you guys want to turn on your cameras, I can pull up the Discord for your cameras, and we can do that. People aren't needing to see.
Oh yeah, I could actually make myself a drink.
Yeah, go for it.
Let me put it. I have a cup here. I could just pour some alcohol in my cup.
Whatever's gonna work, man. This is not that fancy. Yes, Akuma, we can talk about animals. Feel free to ask. But I see here Drex B asked, "How would you mod a defensive Maz?" I mean, for any application, this is how I'm gonna do. Speed, defense, sets, protection, primaries is what I went with. I wanted to be fast. I think, you could be 340 plus in 1, 2, 3, 4 protection primaries, and I think you're probably okay, but I wanted to be fast, and if you're going to be fast, you got to be 350 plus, closer off towards 360 would be ideal. Some of the faster Mazas that I see out there are like that. Now, when I say you want to be that way, I'm talking here at the very top of the game. For most people, for most things, it's not going to need to be that fast. But if you're going to be in a speed set, I always say, be in a speed set with speed on it. If it's a mediocre speed set with strong offense on it, you're better off just being in an offense set or something for whatever character we're talking about. But yes, Relic 9 set up like this, you can see we're over 200,000 life total, 351 speed, and 75.6% armor. She's robust, and she's just she needs to be taking turns. It's not about how hard any of her individual abilities hit, which is a convenient thing to say because I want to say only one of them does damage. Basic. Just needs to take as many turns as possible. There's that. Right. What's next? Boro says, I imagine Dagger is a 45-year-old, short-haired, maybe bald dude with a long beard. Prove me wrong and get on the cam, mate. Yeah, so coming soon. Yeah, I'd like to think of him as somewhere between Ginger Jesus and Dr. Robotnik. Yeah? I think that's the answer. Let me see if I can't get a appropriate...
Hold on. If you just want to... God, y'all are some needy fucks.
Robot. The image that I'm thinking right to mind. It's basically this. This is Dag. Right? Here, let me make sure I'm pointing in the right
I'm the Jim Carrey
version. That's Dagger, right there.
Nope, I'm the Jim Carrey version.
All right.
If anything, I'm the Jim Carrey version.
I have to gosh, we should have done this years ago. It should be your join music when you join in on the Discord.
I will fight you.
Yeah.
Not Walmart parking lot. I will legitimately just
the start of the Robotnik thing from Sonic. Come on, guys.
I will legitimately just fucking fight you, dude. We will go outside and I will beat the ever-loving snot out of you.
That's where you fail because Tass has
all I have
protection.
to do. Yeah, you're not fucking fooling anybody. I just have to jump on your head 3 times and you fucking explode. Don't talk shit.
God damn.
Don't talk shit.
Dude.
I solved you. I solved you when I was like 10. Fuck off.
Ba-da-da-da-doo-doo. Ba-da-da-da-doo-doo. Ba-da-da-da-doo-doo.
I mean, I guess since Boro hasn't seen it, I mean, you can do face reveal at some point. I don't want to reveal.
Yeah. Are
as
you
much as
guys?
it
Are
is,
you
but-
guys on cam? I'll turn you guys.
Yeah.
I'll move it on. I'll move it on. Sure. There you guys are. Yeah. Let me kill the stream then, so it's not taking up a corner. How do I myself out of it? You know what I'm saying? How do I show just you guys? Show my own camera off.
Or you can turn your camera on your stream off and turn your camera on Discord on, and then you can show yourself through the Discord.
No. I mean, I see what you mean, but also that would be annoying.
Yeah, but it'd also work itself out.
Anyway, let's see. Next questions. Yeah, we got Dagger and Ranger now on screen with us.
Yes.
Just a sec. Oh yeah, wow, the music died. Let me turn the music back.
Oh my god.
I'm even pouring myself some alcohol to go with you folks.
Sounds good. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. Little gin and juice.
Gambe, slancha, all of that.
This is apple juice. For anybody watching on the internet, it's apple juice.
Hi,
Just
HR.
sip it real slow.
All right, yeah, MJ says, I was bad enough being abandoned with Dagger. Now, Ranger. Boro says, Dagger, I found your channel on YouTube. Anywhere else?
He's looking for pictures of me, so I just
yeah. Well, here you go. Take all the screen grabs you need.
Yeah, I don't know if you call this a massive beard, but it is a beard.
Mm-hmm.
You, woman, I swear to God.
All right, let's
When
find
I said,
out.
this is my beard, she waved. Oh my God, I love this woman, but still. Why you got to do that?
The best swugga animal, Wampa. I feel that's reductive. I think Wampa is no mere animal, but
I said the little mouse in the Smee's eye.
for me, it's got to be the Dianoga. Dianoga is not fucking around. Trash monster. Actual Oscar the Grouch out there, but not like for kids though. Like the drown you and eat you kind.
Yes.
But yeah, I need a haircut really bad. I know y'all don't have hair, but I need a haircut real bad.
Get me the
Oh, I
trash
didn't ask.
compactor droid. Hey. Wow, Dragon King Reaper says, I think my masochist account is fucking goated with luck. I pulled my 8K thing for the 330 shard. Got who? Who'd you get? Did I miss it? Can't use him yet because of rules, but I got Temple Guard. Nice. Okay, dig that.
Hey, there you go.
That's a good one. Is TJ joining the call? No, I didn't even. These guys have access to the channel that I stream out of in my Discord, and so they're free to come and go as they please. I didn't put out the word to anybody. They were free and they popped in, and here we all are. So, TJ, if you're watching, you know you're welcome to join, of course. Not that I need to tell you.
Yes, you can only join the stream if you wear a hat.
I'm wearing a hat because they're wearing hats. Otherwise, I'm indoors. I probably wouldn't be wearing a hat.
It's funny because the way that the camera's fuzzing it out, it kind of looks like you have panda ears on. You see that?
Oh yeah, because the chair behind me.
Yeah, kind of makes it look like you have panda ears.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a sad panda.
No,
Lady Geek says,
no crack for Dagger, but I'm gonna get hot. Yeah, all right.
What was that? Swuggle Player redeemed hats off. If you gentlemen want to join me, yes. In recognition of Swuggle Player tuning in, watching long enough to have earned this honor. Thank you so much for your viewership. Good to have you. All right. What is this? The hat wearing stream? Honestly, again, this is how norms should work. I'm wearing a hat, and these gentlemen read the context of the room and came in with hats. That's
I can't back that. I wear a hat every time, mainly because with wearing headphones like I do, it's just more comfortable.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm wearing like a Ravens little hoodie thing, so I grab my Ravens hat.
Not either one of your two Tassenix Gaming hoodies. One of the few Tassenix Gaming hoodies to have ever been successfully delivered.
Wow.
If I could convince her to come show off the merchandise, I would, but she won't do it while you're live.
You've
Well,
allowed
what-
women in your life to
one.
confiscate your hoodies. That's you'll never
Look.
see them shits again. Like you'll see them in the sense like you'll literally see them, but you ain't seeing them with your hands, kind of seeing them.
No.
You say let like I have a choice.
Yeah. Don't you
Yeah.
just threaten to kidnap them in one of your many large flying mechanical devices and then convert them into a small mechanized animal?
See, this is why I drink.
You know? Is that not
Is
the
that-
game plan
is
of
that
Dr.
why you
Robotnik?
drink?
Yeah. All right. All right. Let's
Also,
see.
with the amount of hair I have, this hat's a little small, so I'm going to swap it out for my trusty old hat that's a little bigger.
All right, get the bigger melon cover. There you go.
Dude, when I have a haircut, I have a 7.5. I wear a 7.5 fitted. I don't know if that's a big head or not, but I wear a 7.5.
Oh,
I've got
good.
the same size.
This is 7 5/8, so I can wear this when I have longer hair.
Well, that makes sense.
But normally I have more of like a post crop.
Post crop.
What the hell? I can't even read the label on it right now. Whatever. I don't think I have to defend the size of my head to anybody. I have this
No,
cranium.
No,
so,
I was mostly saying that I have a 7 5/8 hat for when I have hair.
yeah,
he's saying he's got a big watermelon head.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
Depressed
saying
Wampa
that as
says
somebody
that
who can grow hair, I have to have hats that I can wear with short hair and hats I can wear with longer hair.
Depressed Wampa says this is what peak physical male looks like. We should all be so lucky. The true Dr. Robotnik build.
And others, so you know,
Oh.
pretty peak.
All right, let's see here. Yes, Trash Compactor Monster was force sensitive too. Yes, the Dianoga is. Jack Daniels, I appreciate that. Good note. Aragon says, how much will Datacrons offset Relic Delta? Surely the more powerful your stat rolls are, irrespective of whatever 369 abilities do, that would help mitigate Relic Delta for you, yeah.
Yeah,
Like for bulk,
absolutely.
for offense, if you know, for your attacking stuff to compensate for your reduced damage. Yeah, you can compensate for that. Really?
Aragon. Yeah, Aragon. Curious if my R5 Wampa and Kron are still going to work versus R8 Jabba and Leia. If you were beating Leia with your Wampa with locked days, well, I guess he's immune to days. Man, if you were getting that to work, by all means, keep doing it. But I'm going to tell you right now, the data on R5 Wampas beating R8 Jabbas and Leias is like sub 30%. So if you were getting it to work, keep doing it. More power to you. Yeah, Steve-O, I was a hat guy much more through my 20s than I am in my 30s. Mostly because I spent a good portion of my pre-COVID life working in an office where I just wasn't allowed to wear a hat while I was indoors. So it just became a habit to not wear one. And then because Tass wears all his dumbass hats, I've started wearing them more when we're on stream together.
I love some of these comments. I gotta catch up to them real quick. Hold on.
You don't have to do anything. People are going to start getting banned. That's what's going to happen.
I'm enjoying myself here, yes. Drag King
people-
Reaper says, I've decided to fuck Varys. I'm swapping her in the Jedi AB assault battle to Temple Guard so I can build him early. Oh, I see. Okay, sure. Yeah. Use your Temple Guard. There's nothing wrong with that. All right. I also need a Wampacron replacement, says Akuma, or I'm even more screwed. Yeah, man. I mean, you can, this is your opportunity to get a dark side. Gosh, how would I want to do this? My guess is the best way to do it would be to have on stats, you would want a type of blend of health and armor penetration, and then the dark side. So probably skew towards health, because then you also would want the dark side buffs up level 3. And yeah, between a reasonable amount of health added, armor penetration, because you wouldn't get it from any other means, and then the buffs off that dark side level 3. Nice. I like it. All right. Ben says, oh yeah, hey Womprat, yeah, Dagger does look like he has panda ears. I have things other than hats. Will pigtails do? Says Womprat. Yeah. Show up in the patron chat with with pigtails.
Yeah, show up in the
wouldn't
paper
be-
with handlebars.
It wouldn't be the weirdest shit that we've seen this week. So that's
Boy,
fine.
howdy, is that fucking true. Oh.
Yeah.
And Ranger, who's actually been spending some time in the Patreon chat recently too. Boy, howdy, are those conversations are just. Oh.
Yeah, I just watch those. I don't really comment, but I do see everything.
All right.
We're here to watch football. Why are we talking about this?
All right.
Oh, boy.
Reds fan asks, who's the best designed Slugger character in your opinion? Hit, usability, etc. So really holistic question. What do you guys say?
God.
So design falls into so many different categories because there's some flavor wins like Jolie, but I think he's poorly designed. But as far as like his abilities,
Let me put this to you in terms that I think you understand. You know that pentagram chart for Pokemon that shows their IVs? And the better the Pokemon, the closer all the IVs are to the points on the pentagram? He's asking for what characters hit that best. Not just...
How many characters do I get?
I mean, he said...
We surveyed 100 people. Top 5 answers on the board. Dagger, name something in Star Wars Galaxy Heroes as close to perfect kit that you can think of.
Yep.
Honestly, the worst part of this is that some of the worst characters in this game are some of the best designed. And I shouldn't say worst, but Night Sister Spirit is a very well-designed character.
Sure, that's a great choice. I like that choice a lot.
Show me Green Dead.
Rare skill set with the ability to entirely ignore defense.
Yeah, but it has a stipulation to it, so you have an ability to control her on defense. Another great design is 000.
And why do you say that?
So the flavor of working with BT1 is built into the kit. And as far as being able to do kind of a little bit of everything, but also nothing at all if you don't build around it, is super important. And I think the reason why I really like this is because the way it holds the entire Afra team together just with its kit.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough question. Like I'm trying to put it all together.
I'm trying to think of the Venn diagram, like Cass said, the pentagram where I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, your IV pentagram from Pokemon.
Flavor.
There you go. So for me, let me throw a couple names in because I see some of them coming in the chat, and I don't want to have my thunder completely stolen. We already talked about Malicos earlier. You want to? This guy's an attacker. There are few attackers in the game of any stripe that rival the power of Malicos.
I would say Malicos is actually relatively poorly designed, but he is very strong.
Well, why do you say poorly designed? Let's hear it.
He's unnecessarily mechanically complex. He's built to go with his kit is built to go with a specific team, but that team needs him and he doesn't need them. Right? The other kits don't really give him all that much. Right? In order for him to be well designed, in the sense that like you talk about like the 5 different points, right? Like he hits the power level point and he hits the attacker point and he misses the other 3. So he's like 2 of 5.
Well, the pentagram thing was just the point of the analogy. I mean, you can say however many points you want.
He checks like 2 of the 5 boxes.
Sure. Well, for me, like, he's a king among attackers. And I mean, considering when he came out.
Fine, I'll let you guys operate off of a different definition than you gave me.
Well, each of us get to define it the way we want.
Fair.
That's the spirit. The question was to the 3 of us. We don't have to give the same answer here. Hey, we just had Meticulous LP with 2 viewers.
Meticulous.
Welcome. How you guys doing? Thank you.
Bane comes to mind with this.
Yeah. I will say this. Of the characters, I would say just the first characters that popped into my mind of being like the best designed characters. The first 3 to pop into my mind, Ranger said 1 is Bane, Beskar Mando, and Jango Fett.
Okay. I like the choices. Let me refresh myself.
So those are the first 3 that popped into my head because they have all-encompassing kits that cover most of the things you want attackers to cover. They are flavorful. Right, they check pretty much all the boxes. Django's fallen a lot out of favor. He's not as strong as he used to be. And he was never top of the meta when he was at his peak. But, yeah, I mean, I would say those are my 3 just knee-jerk ones. If we're going off like the 5 corner thing off Pokemon, then we're a little bit different. But I can give you my top 3 worst design characters a lot easier.
I mean, just the who are the best designed Swugga characters in your opinion, based on kit, usability, etc. So that's your license to define it with as many points as you want.
I'm gonna say also. I said Balin, or I hadn't said Balin. I think Balin's one. And then,
Yeah, let's have your top 3. So we got Balin. You said Bane as well.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna say Bo-Katan, with the dark saber.
So why do you feel these are the best designed 3 characters for you?
Well, Bo, it's so well balanced with the other Mandalore, and it's so fucking fun to play. It's nothing like just watching her just ramp and beat the shit out of stuff. It's so well done, and it synchronizes so well with the other Mandalorians. You can even throw Maul in there with his Mandalorians, because that's just a really well designed character with those guys as well for what you wanted to do. But I think Bo's better. Balin with the mercenaries is just a fantastic team. He's designed well to capture the essence of what Balin was in the show. So when you look at him and you play him in the game, it gives you the feels a little bit, especially since that actor passed away. And I just think he's a great tank, and he's just a fun team as well. And then Bane is just Bane. I mean, it is nothing more fun in this game to take Bane and whatever Sith you want. It doesn't really matter. You can go a different direction. You have some variety on what you're trying to do with those 2 Sith, and just go stomp. As I always say, first you suck, then you swipe, and then Bane wins life. So that's what those kind of go. You could throw GLs in there, but I don't know. I think that's an easy answer if you wanted, but those 3 kits and characters and teams kind of stand out to me.
Sure.
What about you, Tass?
Sure, and I'll stick to the same theme in the sense that I won't choose GLs. So when I think about what are the best designed, I think about characters that best achieve the purpose of their role, not only as for their for their class designation, attacker, support, whatever, but for what they're supposed to do on the team. To Dagger's point, when I was saying that Malicos would be one of mine, he was saying that, he feels over-designed because so much power is packed into his kit, and he needs his team a whole lot less than his team needs him to actually be effective. He can be flexed in a couple spots. And I acknowledge that. But I think it's just an unfortunate fact of the evolution of the UFU team that culminated in Malicos, that you already had these existing characters, some of them years and years old, that needed something to lift them. And this character was that, so I'm not surprised or, in the end, bothered by the amount of power packed into this character, because, more or less, as Dagger pointed out, like, the difference between Seer with Malicos and without Malicos, night and day. Night and day. So this is the price that we have to make Seer a serious competitor. This is a serious damn team with Malicos. This is like a Galactic Legend tier team. You were about to say something, Dagger? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I think we can all agree that the 3 worst designed characters in this game are Jolie Bindo, Night Sister, Zombie, and Ezra Exile.
I do not.
Interesting. We'll get to that in a second. I still got to cover stuff here. So on Malicos, though, as far as my other, achieving attackers, my favorite attackers, guys, longtime fans of the stream know, my favorite attackers are the ones where, when you fulfill the right condition, the ability to lay low the whole enemy team in one blow is just, incredibly impressive. Fun to do. And Malicos is one of the guys that does that. So usually that second rocks is, people gotta go. That's it. Lights out. Let's see. In that vein, few characters have hit as many buttons for me as a defensive team, as an offensive fix, as a force of intimidation against opponents for years. General Skywalker. One of my most beloved characters in terms of tweaking his mods again and again and again over the years. I have spent many hours tweaking this guy, and then as the years of Grand Arena have gone by, enjoying seeing, opponent after opponent that, oh yeah, they fight gas all the time, and they clear gas all the time for 65, and then they eat shit on mine, because it isn't like the other guys, motherfucker. So yeah, I like that guy a lot. I won't take Balin because Ranger did, but that's probably on up there for me. And his kit's awesome. I agree. He's powerful. He captures the fantasy of the character well. That's all well and good. I guess in the sense of the ability to lay the entire team low, it would, underappreciated honorable mention briefly to General Grievous. Been a while since I've had the opportunity, but fond memories. But yes, in the not too distant past, BT1. BT1 is fantastic. If you had to tell me that there was a droid design kit, that captured the essence of murder in as little as 4 skills, technically with 1 granted ability, this is your guy. This is it. This is when this character came out. This was at a point where I was still relatively early as a stream. I didn't have a support base that let me that afforded me the opportunity to whale for marquees and stuff like that. And this is back when marquees were much more expensive. I don't have the icon from his marquee event, and I am a little sad because I would probably rock it. But yeah, man, that's probably it for me, for my top 3.
There's some questions in the chat. So I really wanted to touch on this because there's 2 that are tied pretty close together.
Oh, sure.
I know Ranger had like a 10-minute rant about one of these.
Let's hear it.
Oh, okay.
Someone asked if Traya was a well-designed character, and then there was a follow-up of, how did you feel about the rollout of the design of JKR? And yeah. No, neither of those are good or well-designed characters. They're both horribly designed and were designed to skew the meta and oppress then a squad arena meta. So no, both of those were very terribly designed in their day, but they have been redeemed by Father Time looking back because they have been so severely power crept that they are not nearly the oppressive agents they were designed to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, especially everybody that played long during that time, Giant Revan meta was awful. But it's not even that he's a lead anymore. He's an additional piece you add to one of your Jedi teams. Sometimes you can use them, depending on the situation in the team. Now, Traya I've come around on too, because with the additional teams and characters, Talon coming in, she's really, really good. And she's a really good counter to a lot of stuff that, you just... It's over time has developed that way. But back when those characters came out, oh my god, they were brutal. I mean, and that was in the days of has and have nots. If you didn't have it, whether it's for GAC or for squad, you got nothing, and they were
designed to oppress everything.
Yes, it's like here's inventory, and if you don't have it, tough.
And 8 months after Traya came out, she got BSF, so about 3 months after Revan. And BSF was able to sort of allow Traya to beat Jedi Revan consistently enough to not make you feel super bad about it. But man, as someone who's done some game design in his past, I think that the reason why I said that the 3 characters I said were bad game design were they do things that the game is not designed to inherently do. Night Sister Zombie was built to be paper when it first came out, which was antithetical to the entire game. And then they had to rework it. And then people used the Gear 10 paper zombie until Relics came out. So Night Sister Zombie has been a huge problem that has now since been power crept, but for multiple years, Night Sister Zombie was a huge problem. Jolie having a mass revive was something they put into the kit at the last second just because they wanted to, for a flavor, whatever. And it really created one of the most, if not the most toxic fucking arena meta of all time in the JKR mirrors, and it was because of Jolie and his rather poor design. Now you can blame some of that design on Jedi Revan and hit the power level that Jedi Revan had packed into his kit, but Jolie was the actual problem of that meta. Yes, there was power crept by Jedi Revan lead, but you had to go after their Jolie first. Otherwise, you just revived the whole team. And that was just really poor design to pack all of the power into a leadership kit and then make you kill 2 other people before you touch that person. With a savior. And then I think Ezra's bad design just from the evasion standpoint and the scale. And I don't think that they really took proper account to the scaling, because they released it, then had it scale with relics, and are now announcing that they're going to be doing relics more frequently. So I'm like, you put this character out knowing you were going to do this. I feel like this was just either a bad decision or bad design, and probably a combination of both. But anyways, that's my justification for that statement, Rick. I know that you said you disagreed, but that's just my justification for that.
Oh, that was a good answer. I appreciate that. But there's a whole bunch of things I want to catch up on here in the chat here. From Hivorius, back when we were talking about our picks here, I guess in response to Ranger, he says, I gotta disagree with Bane. I feel like he was so over-designed. He doesn't actually do what he was designed to do, in terms of lifting C. I love Bane, but I think he's a design fail based on the stated purpose. I mean, I don't know what level of the game you're interacting with, man.
He does lift C.
He does lift C meaningfully.
He just does more.
To your point, like, there are matches that you need to commit Bane to C in order for C to win ever. And even then, that might still be risky depending on what the Datacron meta might be. I could concede that maybe it doesn't as broadly fulfill your expectation in how he lifts C. But for specific cases, yeah, man, like he does really lift him. But I also think that this is actually part of the thematic, like, success, the genius of his design. You need to take something where, we're doing the rule of 2. We're talking about it, easier to balance this for 3 versus 3, but for 5 versus 5, we're talking about setting the stage for 2 characters to beat 5 by script, like as a starting point. So inherently, we're talking about packing several characters worth of shit into one kit on one guy, meant to be used with any Sith. But if you want the highest application, Sith Eternal, like, I see where you're coming from in the sense that I don't like how many of the real good applications of C-Bane are still occasionally not working. Like, for example, C-Bane versus Ahsoka Tano. Depending on the Datacron meta, you can still get closed out. Like, it's true. But if you're trying to do, like, Ahsoka with Ezra, and there's you don't have the Great Mothers fast enough, and the Datacron meta maybe doesn't favor, Great Mothers, yeah, C-Bane might be your only option, and that might not always be reliable. Sorry, go ahead.
I think we're hitting, like, a logical. I think there's a logical flaw here frequently when we talk about lifters, because when we talk about lifters, we think of things like Ben that don't function outside of, like, JTR or Ray Lead, or we talk about things like like, look at Maul. Maul is Lord Vader's lifter. When was the last time you used him with fucking Lord Vader, right? Like, why would you marry a lifter to a team? When Cat first came out, we didn't use him with JMK. We used him with Rey, or used her with Rey, right? Like, I don't.
Okay.
Ezra's a lifter for Ahsoka, but he's with Rey. He's half time with Rey. Are we going to make that same argument about Ezra? Yes, Bane is the lifter to C. Yes, Bane does lift C. Yes, Bane can be his own team the same way Ezra can, the same way Cat can, the same way Maul can. Like, we act like Darth Bane just isn't the logical conclusion to lifters being part of the rule of 2.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, so I think it did its job, but similar to Ezra, it's just supersedes that a fair amount of time, because, like you said, the Datacron dependency of C himself holds C-Bane back, because Bane isn't always the problem. Sometimes the problem's C, sometimes the problem's Bane, and because it's a 2-man team, you need something that favors the 2 of them, as opposed to something that's more factionalized, like Galactic Republic, right? JMK's always going to go to the Galactic Republic or Jedi, right? You see how it has more things that it can be good with? The C-Bane thing, as far as getting a Datacron lifting thing, it's only Sith, and it's an underman. So the Datacron's mechanics have to be better on average. So to Tass's point, like, I don't know what you want from this design space, which is why I think Bane is one of the better designed characters, because I think they hit a home run with the design space that they had. And I'll
All
kind
right,
of
we vigorously defended Ranger's position, I guess, about justifying
no,
Bane.
he's right.
So
Bane was one of my top 3 too, as well.
What does Ranger have to say for himself?
After you two diatribe there, I'm like, no, I'm good. No, thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah, perfectly said. Shit.
All right. There's no more flesh left on the dead horse to beat. So very good.
Sorry,
very
Ranger.
good. Next one.
Yeah.
Next one. Drexby says, in theory, I like original Ezra design, specifically his watch and learn special. I really love this answer. It gives you a choice for which bonuses you want. It lets you actively react and adapt to the battle rather than just press the damage button. In practice, the different bonuses aren't strong enough. But no, I see where you're coming from with that. That's a colorful answer. I like that.
The only downside to characters like that is when Ezra came out, he wasn't even meta when he was new. Right? So he was never meant to be a top-end powerful character, which is why his design is so flavorful, is so kind of quirky, so interesting, so kind of true to the character, is because they didn't have to worry about dumping a bunch of power equity into his kit.
Next thing here, not a single character here, according to Akuma, but I love Old Bad Batch. The team mechanics are just so nice. Take buffs, get TM, stun, reduce cooldowns, cycle turns, repeat. Yeah.
The new Imperial Troopers.
Yeah, and neither see a lot of service these days, so that's really just kind of where the game's evolved in terms of power creep, that's actually a true statement.
Yeah, all those Imperial Trooper teams that are super mechanic based and like really complex within their own teams, creating either loops or these series of events that snowball you super hard. All of those teams are all pretty well designed as teams, and I really love those. Like Gungans are another team that are well designed as a team, even though I don't think any of the characters individually, outside of possibly Boss Nass, are like actually well designed. And they're designed fine. I'm not saying they're bad, right? I'm just saying like Boss Nass kind of stands above them as far as like design space, but the whole team together, the design for the team itself is really cool. Sitting behind the generator, kind of hiding while they kind of lob shit at you, kind of, you know what I mean? Like it's really cool. Sure. And I want them to do more teams like that, because those are the kind of teams that are usually mechanics based, which means that they're going to be, I don't want to say more fun, but they end up having like their own fan bases, so to speak, right? You know, like there's people who still love the Troopers, even though they're not really meta. There are people who, like myself, who love the CLS team because the mechanics of the team that were added as you added C-3PO and Chewbacca, right? As these teams kind of develop a personality, people tend to gravitate towards certain teams. And we haven't really had many teams like that in the last couple of years in recent memory. I don't know. I'm kind of monologuing here, so my apologies.
Yes. All right, let's see. We've got for the next question. Feel free to cut in if we're steamrolling you here, Ranger. I don't want to make you feel like you don't have space.
Oh no, you know me. When I have something to say, I'll say it.
No worries.
God damn it.
Yeah, a couple more honorable.
No
worries. A couple more honorable mentions before we move on to the next thing from a couple other viewers for their favorite characters here. You've got Swuggle Player 0 saying Padme, Dragon King Reaper saying JKL, Steve08 saying Star Killer. Fine choices, all of them. Freya, Slacker for Link. Yep, Padme as well. Yeah. Give me a second to see what this fussing 7-year-old needs. I'll be right back.
Oh, Queen Amidala.
Star Killer's one of those where I think they really nailed the flavor of him, but I think that they really lopsided the power equity in his kit. But he's still really good. I don't know about design good, but like the flavor and the lore in his kit are definitely wins.
I can see that.
Padme's also a really good design. Like Courage is just I think Courage itself, like the original Padme team of like the 4-piece of Padme, JKA, GK, and Ahsoka, and Snips, were just really, really. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that, but like they were killing the meta. I'm
going to fill my beer real quick. Back.
They were just really good team.
Yeah, no, and it still can be used. I mean, in certain circumstances, if you need a team, right, it can one-shot certain teams, and it can. Especially like in 3, because sometimes in 3s, depend on what you put on defense. You know, for a long time against certain teams, I was using Padme, Moff Gideon and Shaq, that kind of stuff, right? And it would just destroy. So yeah, I think it's a good. I agree with you. It's a great kit.
Yeah, and when she came out, she was killing Darth Revan, Jedi Revan, and Gas and Grievous. So like the 4 best teams in the meta just felt her. She was so good. It's just Ian did a series of videos and used a lot of my footage of just using Padme to kick the shit out of DR. And I remember using Padme to beat Jedi Revan in Grand Arena back then. Man, it's such a good team. And yes, Darth Link, Cat was that good on Rey because we had R7, R8 was brand new. JML was not R9 back then. Like, JML was a counter to it was JML, JKL was the counter to Rey back then, and there was an old team called Puzzle Box Rey, which was Rey, Cat, Vandor, Chewbacca, because Lifeblood would give you a damage reduction. So you just could not chew through that team reliably until we had more toys and Datacrons, etc. But yeah, Cat on Rey was that good when Cat first came out. And then as Cat got power crept, she is now locked into JMK because Rey got Ben, and now they got so many more toys like Baby Cal. GK got freed up more often. Zaris is now freed up more often. Sortie was a new thing. But yeah, like there used to be an old Rey Stallout team called the Puzzle Box team.
Oh yeah.
It would be like L3, Zalbar, Cat, Vandor, and
now
Rey.
With everything that's out on kits now, it's seen its time and its time is gone.
Yep.
But it doesn't mean that you still can't, especially for offense, use a Padme team to kick the shit out of stuff.
Yeah, Gidme still exists.
Oh yeah, Gidme is real. Gidme is definitely real. But yeah, this game has evolved and it evolves over time. Certain teams will always have a place just because, just like CLS
Mechanics.
In mechanics, CLS is just one of those teams that, certain circumstances, you never know what that CLS team is just going to do good work for you. Tass was talking about Gas. That's another team that, over time still has its place at certain circumstances where you can use it and it's really good. So yeah.
Oh, here's a good one. Favorite character rework and favorite transformative team lifter. My favorite rework is, man, are we considering Omis as reworks?
No.
Or are we talking about actual reworks?
Actual reworks.
I would say the Grievous rework is probably my favorite rework.
Mine would be Mace.
Yep. And my favorite transformative team lifter. When we say transformative team lifter, is this in the spirit of characters that teams are built around that come out, or is this a team that's being plugged into an existing team? Because the most transformative team lifter is probably either the Dark Side clones, specifically Apo, just changing what Lord Vader does. Okay, the latter. Okay, Heratran. Yeah, I would say, most transformative.
I'm going to go Darth Talon. Because Traya on that team before, you could still lose Traya. I think Darth Talon coming into that Sith team really transformed Traya into a powerhouse, especially these days in JC 5v5.
Honestly, I'd say Reva.
Reva's a good one, yeah.
I think Reva took GI, who was a B team, and made him an S team. I think that's probably the biggest, I don't want to say zero to hero, but like sub-meta to, oh my god, this team kills everything, transformation with one character.
Hey, Kimmy Bobby in the chat on YouTube says, "Good evening, Tass. Exciting day. More tomorrow, like Relic Delta, and feeling like fun might be on the rise. Relic 10 Luke, ASAP. I'm assuming we mean JML. Provided that Relic 9 to 10 grants protection, it's going to be sizable. And yeah, that'd be a good one. That would be.
The only just to Hairtrans said he was thinking Luthen. I think the only pushback I would give to Luthen is that Mon Mothma was beating Rey and Lord Vader before Luthen, and Luthen just made it more consistent. And Saw isn't really doing anything with Luthen he wasn't doing without him, outside of being a better defense. So I don't think that it transformed the team as much as it just improved it.
That's a good
But
one
as
from
far
Cause. Captain Rex with Phoenix. That's a big transformative team.
Yes, that's another one.
great
Yeah,
one.
took a
That's a
useless
good
team
one.
and made
that
it
is a
like
good one.
able to do something relevant. Yes.
Zori's in that same vein with the
So-
Resistance.
So
I think
two-part-
Zori's
the
more.
two-
I think Zori's more. I think Zori's more transformative than Rex because Zori beats more teams than Phoenix does.
Yeah.
But to your point, yeah, I do agree. There's a lot of. I was thinking of teams that were taken to like being S tier.
Fair.
Favorite Legacy Omicron? Oh man, I
Ugh.
think
God.
Wampa. Probably just Wampa.
I mean, since it wasn't mentioned, Qui-Gon Jinn, the original.
Yeah.
Put
That was a good
respect on
change.
his name. Like, actual part of the meta for between 2 and 3 years. Like, not to be denied. Let's see. So the two-part question that you guys were answering while I was gone was Paratrans saying favorite character rework and favorite transformative team lifter. For me, the rework would be Darth Vader. If you don't like Merciless Massacre, you're wrong.
Well, that's fair. I was thinking of him back in 2021, not him now, because he got like hard nerfed when they did the great nerfing to JKL, Darth Vader, and Gas.
I mean, I guess. Yeah.
Well, yeah, there was a question. My favorite animation was Culling Blade back when Darth Vader first got reworked, and you were just like throwing your lightsaber, and it would come back to his hand, and he'd catch it, and you would watch the 1 million damage kill their Rey.
Mine's Bane disintegrating anything. That's so fun to
Oh, you're
watch.
talking about the AOE? The
Which one? The third?
No,
or
I'm
the
sorry.
second?
Not, I'm sorry. Bam.
Bam, the bird. The
Beskar
bird.
ammo. Yeah. No, not the
Yeah.
bird. No, not Bam. Original Mandalorian. The bounty hunter one.
Oh,
The
yeah,
Mandalorian.
the shot.
Yes, the Mandalorian.
Okay.
Not
The
Bam.
snipe?
Yeah, you know when he does the disintegration.
Yeah.
My God, it's so good.
Got you. Okay. My favorite singular animation. Oh, I'd have to think about that. Would
The
it?
snipe is a really good one. I didn't even think of that one, but that one's also just really.
I mean, I guess I'm a sucker for AOE's. I guess I'd have to say rocks or long time fans know I enjoy me some General Grievous, and every time I get to do a bunch of killing blows with his first special, the Whirling Blades, I am out there going. Whoa, 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 whoa. It is fun.
Special shout out to the new wreckers like javelin throw.
That's a cool looking animation. Yeah.
I do like that animation quite a bit too.
Yep. Good one. All right. Yeah. Anyway, the favorite character rework, I answered him favorite transformative lifter. So you guys already gave some good answers. I think Dagger said Reva and Ranger said Talon.
Yeah. Shout out to JKL. We don't talk about him enough as a lifter. The thing he lets JML do these days is actually really slick.
Formative. Really horrible word. Let's say Marin. We've already honored
That's a good
Marin
one.
for other reasons.
Yeah, Marin's an excellent choice. Yeah.
Great
Yeah.
choice. Good answer. Good answer.
Marin
Good
should be honored. Took a team that was kind of off to the side doing meme related shit against the occasional General Grievous or Finn Zori, and you might get a 65. You also might just get your back blown out. But then it went from that to more or less reliably taking on Java. So
Owie, JKCK Cal counts as a lifter the same way Reva counted as a lifter for Inquisitors, because the question was the most transformative like lifter unit. And I asked Heratran if he meant characters that were meant to be lifters, or if he meant just characters that lifted a team from like their floor to their new ceiling. And he said it was the latter. So,
Whoa!
So I performed with
that question.
Balls.
That was my answer.
I performed within the spirit of the question. Then very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah. CG's definition for lifter is dog shit. Don't listen to CG when they say lifter.
Kuma says, I think Nihilus Annihilate's my favorite animation. Just so clean with it.
Good one.
It is pretty smooth.
Yep.
A good one. Let's see. POW AoE is really fun. It feels authoritative. That big baseball swing, you really feel it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Marin really changed the OG night for sure. For sure. Aoi Hero, Drogon left in the dust. Drogon's great, man. I mean, he's essential in terms of damage healer, but to say I don't feel like he's a lifter. I feel
What's
like
he
he's
transforming? Like Saw?
I mean,
he's the damage dealer on the rate.
Don't get me wrong. No. Like, there's a difference to be said between an essential intended kit member for the team and a lifter. Like, to say that Drogon wasn't part of the original design of Leia, I don't think is true. Like, I think
Drogon is basically Boosh. If you think Boosh is Jabba's lifter, then cool.
Yeah, I would say that's fair. Like, that is the main attacker for the Jabba team. It's not intended to be somebody else. Yeah.
Drogon was required when they released Drogon, they specifically said he was designed to go as well. So, while I do understand what you're saying about he was technically on a different team, when he was released, they said his design was for Leia, and you can see that in his basic dealing damage with the logs being pulled or whatever.
Oh, of course, Cosley, Starkiller ult is favorite animation. Yeah.
That's a really good one too.
Easy miss for us, man. That should have been there.
Honorable mention for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as good as some of the other ones, and I only say that insofar as I feel like I don't get to it.
Who's better? Okay, you feel like because of how rarely you get to actually launch it, you rate it lower, but I don't think that's fair. But who do you think?
No, I'm saying that I didn't initially think of it because I would say about half the fights I use Starkiller, I don't pull the ship down.
So
I don't get my dopamine hit half the time, so I didn't think about it.
Does anything better immediately pop into mind as far as impressive animations? Because I don't think you could beat it for scale.
No, like Darth Vader's lights at Culling Blade, like circa 2021. Absolutely my favorite animation in the game.
Someone had mentioned the Piet team with the second Death Star animation blowing up a ship.
Oh, yeah.
One.
That was up there too, man.
And in operation and battle station. You may fire when ready.
Yeah, Heratron. Yeah, Darth Vader's basic might have like the top 5 basic animation. It's just raw as hell having it just. Wah!
It feels very overhand, oppressive, very Darth Vader.
Just in your face, really in your face. Fuck you, basic. Yeah, it's.
I wish they'd done something for like a Rogue One Darth Vader where he lifts somebody in the air, and then you just see him take the saber.
Ooh, yeah, a lifting force crush. How would we not have that in this new Darth Vader?
I don't know, but I'd love to see it.
You know what they're not going to give us? You know what they're not going to give us, but would be absolutely iconic?
So.
Ability where, just like in the show, he just randomly 90 degrees snaps somebody's neck. They couldn't put a kid in like they had in the show, I'm sure, but somebody could go.
Yeah, I will say this: I grew up watching like the movies, and the hallway scene at the end of Rogue One, really made me finally fear Darth Vader as an entity. I know he was intimidating and was supposed to inspire fear, but the end of Rogue One was like, oh my god, this dude's a badass. And then the cruelty in Obi-Wan to watch him walk into a village and go, Obi-Wan! No answer. Snap the neck of a kid.
Yeah.
They've done some Disney. Say what you want about Disney. They've made Darth Vader really fucking evil. I'm here.
I will say, Darth Vader never scared me as a character, really, until because I didn't see it coming, and this is only a couple of years ago. Whenever Obi-Wan came out, but I'm a grown man here. A couple of years ago, watching along in the show. Yes, Star Wars. This. Yes, Obi-Wan fleeing Darth Vader. That. And then Darth Vader's stalking through the town. And then, kid runs out after his dad, and Darth Vader Alt F4s the kid. And I was like, I'm sorry, what?
I'm telling you, man. Just
like, yeah, that completely caught me off guard because I don't know why it really surprised the shit out of me. Like I didn't expect it coming. Like it was very brutal, and like the recklessness of his rage in pursuing Obi-Wan really underscored the danger because it wasn't personal. The kid really obviously didn't do anything meriting any kind of response, but it was like he was unhinged. And you didn't see unhinged Darth Vader mean shit like that up until that point. Like, because I'll say this much. Dagger talked about the Rogue One scene, which obviously, came out before. It took me a while to grow into that scene because when I first saw it in theaters, I was pissed that everybody else around me seemed a lot more impressed than I was. Because I'm like, oh yes, Darth Vader versus a bunch of rebel troopers in the hall. They all got cut to shit. You guys are like impressed and surprised. These are fucking yokels with guns against like one of the finest Force users, who've ever walked the galaxy. It's like, yeah, I wasn't impressed. Like I expected the one versus many to favor the one there. But, on subsequent rewatchings, it really is a fun massacre.
It's the first time we actually see Darth Vader like viciously just kill people. Like he had done some stuff in the movies before, but this is the first time we saw something that could be construed as an act of like not violence, but like cold-blooded fucking murder.
Let me say this:
oh, this is cold-blooded.
If they gave Darth Vader a scene like what they gave the Stranger, where he was taking on multiple Jedi and massacring them all at once, that would have been the level of impress that I was looking for in that moment. Against any number of supposedly equally trained opponents, none of this shit was equal.
Yeah.
That's what
comics for that one.
Yeah, that would have been it. That would have been it for me. Somebody here, Owie Hero, a couple lines up, said Drogon left in the dust. He's just so squishy sometimes when we were talking about like characters as lifters or at least integral parts of their team. I wanted to highlight this real quick. If you've got that Omicron on, he has plus 50% max health in Grand Arena. If he has a Rebel Tank Leader, which is either Leia or Drogon. So if you can do it, it's a stretch goal. I think you'll find most people have him in an offense set, but what not everybody's going to have is at least one of either the cross or the arrow being a health primary. If you push it and you've got some great secondaries to complement and stuff like that, at Relic 9, you can be at over 100,000 health. So over 150,000 health before you're talking about, leadership bonus, whatever else, Datacron, so on and so forth. Still have a crit damage triangle. And again, if you're really seeking the offense, be very high. If your Relic 9 being 15k plus is very doable. So just a thought on that, because I know a lot of people think Drogon is squishy, and I remember when it was some number of seasons ago, my Drogon got blown out, and I inspected what some of my local, opponents had right around me, and I saw a build like this, and I was like, yeah, I gotta get on that. I gotta stack up some more.
Yeah,
some more health.
I'm also not gonna there's. If your Drogon is squishy, to quote a teenager in my life, that's an issue, not an ish me. There are ways for... People have been preaching the bulk primaries on attackers for a year now. So I feel like if you feel like your Drogon isn't bulky enough, a bulk cross or arrow solves most of that problem with the Omi. To Tass's point.
Yeah, Swugga Player Zero. I've already said this here just the other day, but easily the best idol animation in the game is Princess Leia's now. I actually have her favorited just so that whenever I feel like it, I can pull it up and easily see. Because, yeah, man, and this reskin they did of her, this has to be one of the most faithful executions that they've done of any character
Candace
ever.
is probably still the worst, by the way.
Sorry?
Candace is still probably the worst,
But, like, it's not just the face. It's not just the bun hair. Like, the costume is literally on point. Folds in the hood and all. Like, seriously. Just picture perfect. Really nice job.
Yeah, if you ever load into a fight with Candace on your team, he'll literally duck down under the window where the character is, and it'll look like you don't have him there. It is so fucking bad still.
Yes, OG Lando has so much swag. Love seeing his idol, says Hera. That's fair. Yes, Starfleet.
Yeah, different both. Pedals means another one that you probably want to bulk arrow or cross on, if not both.
Great call. Yeah, I think I have that on at least one, because you want to still have a substantial amount of offense on Padawan Sabine. So just like how you saw I had only one of either cross or arrow as a bulk primary, likewise here I have a health primary cross but a speed arrow with, some health and then very strong offense secondaries besides. But yes, solid call. Queuing for survivability on attackers.
The difference between Sabine and Drogon is that Drogon wants to be like super punchy and needs really good damage mods, and Sabine doesn't really need great damage.
God damn it, Tess! Like now you got me rethinking my goddamn.
Yeah, Sabine needs like tier 3 damage mods. She's like the tertiary damage dealer on her own team.
Behind go look at passive collection. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you don't have to be in a crit damage set. Offense is just fine.
Oh, I'm saying just damage in general. Like a tertiary set on Sabine will do. She doesn't need your very best.
Republic
she wants
credits
good mods, but not your very best.
No, they won't.
Republic credits will do.
Yeah.
What are you, some type of Jedi?
Nubian.
Hey, Rebel RX, what up, Task? Good to see you, Rebel. Welcome.
Hey, Rebel.
Bane in the chat says, it made you realize why they would fear Vader so much. Imagine seeing that and telling back at the Rebel base. Didn't nobody tell shit about? Nobody told shit to the
there were
base.
there were survivors. There were survivors.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Were there survivors of the folks actually in the hall?
No, but they know what happened.
Yeah. They heard the screams of their brethren dying. Yes, that is for sure. They did.
Yeah.
There was a report. Report was made.
There was a report filed.
Mm-hmm. Report was
there
filed.
Was a report filed with a video. There was an MP4 with the report saying NSFW.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Don't check this in front of the kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stanimal says, I love the Leviathan Ultimate. That's in the discussion, yeah, because it emulates the Merciless Massacre scene for sure. Yeah, strong choice.
That actual scene is in KOTOR, by the way. That hallway scene. Oh
yeah,
that took me back to being like 16, 17 years old again, man.
Yeah. Paratran says Vader turned off his life support to Aura Farm, and he was 100% holding the door to slaughter them one by one. Yes, the turning off the life support. Our dear Anakin is nothing if not dramatic.
He is a drama queen.
He really is, and remember, it really is. It is Sith style in general, but is particularly Darth Vader style. That it is not enough that our enemies die; we must stunt on them as well. Yes.
Canderous had a meta. People forget that Canderous had like a really good run in them. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve better now, but he was on the Lord Vader team with Maul for a very long time because of the way Lord Vader synergized with Dots, and he synergized with Dots to make Maul go almost immediately. I should Heratran. I might get to that at some point. But yeah, Canderous definitely had his moment with Lord Vader first in the meta, and then also following that up when Lord Vader in certain Kron metas you would split Maul off and the Maul Mando's team before the Gar ISC rework, which, by the way, I'm surprised wasn't Tass's favorite rework, by the way. The Gar Saxon ISC reworks.
Oh man, I've had a lot of fun with those guys. I did forget. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun. Those guys have bailed me out against any number of gas teams over the years. That was before I had the bounty hunters tuned up for that.
Yeah, before BKM, when that shit was like Maul, Canderous, OG Bo, and then you had like Django and who the fuck was was it Armorer? I think it was Armorer.
I haven't read the Vader Down comic, GD, but I really should. I've seen snippets and whatnot, so I think I even know the scene you're referencing. But yes, I'd be interested to read it over. All right, Link did redeem a roster review, so Dagger and Ranger, you're welcome to join me on this. But Link, what do we want to talk about here in your account? We'll give the regular once over, but if you have particular questions, let us know. As far as looking top down goes, so yeah, if you guys don't know, Link is one of my patrons. They're on my Discord, and we talk a lot about how he's developing his account. And if I'll just say this: if you looked at the growth of his account over the last 6 months, you would describe the growth as meteoric.
Meaty what?
Meteoric.
Yeah, just meaty. Just meaty.
Just meaty.
Yeah.
It could be both.
He's out here long dicking everybody.
It really is. It really is. So, yeah. So what I expect to see is a lot of premium characters and perhaps some stress on mods.
And Zetas. And a stress on Zetas.
Maybe, but I feel like you can largely resolve the Zeta crunch with the secret ingredient. Money!
Fair.
I'm seeing a lot. I'll be honest with you, Dagger. If you're looking at the screen here, yeah, there's a lot of Zetas.
That's fair.
Yeah. Well, God, it's insane how well developed.
He's asking about mods, by the way.
All right,
specifically,
that's fine.
He's asking about mods. And
yeah, because it doesn't look like the Relics related portion of the show.
Yeah, mods firstly, and then who I should upgrade in Relics to prepare better for Delta.
Oh my God, Darth Link! Don't look at his JML. Oh God! Oh, you just got him.
Yeah, I would say R9 your tanks, R8 your attackers. Start from the top, work your way down.
That's what she said.
Let's see, mods firstly, and then who should I upgrade for my Relics to prepare a little better for Delta? Okay, so as far as mods go, let's hit the broad side. Like you know how to choose speed. Try to avoid producing mods like this too much more often, like this one that's this diamond on JKA. So it is fast, and offense set is great on him, but you have no offense related secondaries here. You see that you've got 3 rolls on flat health, 1 on tenacity, and 1 on defense. This is not a bad mod to keep, fine mod to use, but be more selective now, because you're pursuing an endgame roster at this point. Like, you've put enough effort in that that you're going to have most of the toys. So you're competing against people that not only have these toys, but have them, pretty well tuned. So this is a fine base to build off of, but be more selective for secondaries from here, because it looks like you've got a great basis of speed. And I know you've already seen the mod guide videos on YouTube, so I know you know what you're looking for. I like to see these offense sets, non-speed sets. I'm seeing some crit chance, some tenacity, defense. Need to see more defense, I think. Everybody, that's the best. That's the safest advice you're going to hear today, by the way.
Okay, this is Ahsoka. What you did here? Okay.
Like these are reasonable choices. Yeah,
Jesus Christ, Darth Link! How many goddamn GLs don't have their ultimate? What is happening? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm seeing a pretty good trend here. Like, you've definitely got some great mods here, and your speeds are pretty strong overall. But it looks to me that you should be more picky about secondaries from here on out. It'll slow down your speed growth, but that's okay. You're at the point where more other secondaries than speed matter. Now, again, I know you're probably already familiar with this, but for everybody's sake, like mods like this, like the one that you have on Maz Kanata, 17 speed on 4 rolls, fine to keep, but it's here at 6B. It'll be a long, long time before I'd ever think about calibrating or giving that next roll to a mod of this quality. I would just be looking at producing new mods and upgrading new mods. So that's the second point. Like, be more selective about the other secondaries aside from speed. And then of the mods that you're still working on, stop and ask yourself, do I actually stand to gain more from getting the roll that I want? Because let's say that you hit that last speed roll. All right, let's say that, you'd like to hit a 5 or a 6, but realistically, let's say that you hit a 4. All right? It's not a 3, not the worst case. Let's say you hit a 4. Now you've got a 5 roll 21 with, decent actual complementary rolls, but I don't know. Going 6B to 6A is pretty expensive, and then to only have 21 speed on 5 rolls on a speed set. If this was on a defense set, different conversation. But on a speed set, we want to be extra discriminating about getting speed.
Speed.
So yeah, let's see. Heratrans says, "How are you keeping up with the mods with such fast account growth?" Dollars, yes. See the American dollar, yes. This is the
great cash, homie.
This is the ultimate secret to success in any resource-related issues in Swugga. The secret is cash or credit, as the case may be.
Did I say something about it? What I noticed, Tass?
Please, by all means, and yeah.
Darth Link, when you finish your modding on JML and his potency's not above 90%, I'm going to get you. Everything else on looks great. But we want potency high on JML because if he E-fluxes, I don't know. I kind of like his shit to land.
Boo,
I'm weird
on
like
6 dots. Boo.
Well, yeah.
Boo, I say. Yeah, so the thing is that, look at this. With only 9% potency added, and you not even having like a potency 2-piece or a potency cross, not, you can go one or the other or both, whatever. But the point is that he's got, a fairly high base of potency, like 60-something, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a whole heck of a lot of work to add it. It would be ideal for your damage from Coin, from his leadership, that you keep your 4 protection primaries. I'd really prefer you not to go to a potency cross to hit that 100%, which means that you're either doing a 2-piece of potency or you're seeking some pretty aggressive potency secondaries from this speed defense set to make up that gap. It can be done, but that's a very deliberate effort. And as Ranger is pointing out, actually very much worth it.
I think so.
Yep. Bulk primaries are so hard. I mean, they're a little less common than speed or something like that, but they're worth it, man. Worth it. Yeah, exactly. Akuma's saying, I'd take those mounts if you don't want them. Got plenty of free spots for those. Yeah, by all means. Not to say that this mod collection is garbage or anything of the kind. It's one of those things where when you're growing an account quickly and you're also wanting to compete, I think that even though other secondaries have really grown in prominence in the game, if somebody told me that they still mostly focused on speed to be, competitive, I would be very hard pressed to say they were wrong. No. But yeah, there's so much more to competitive play than just raw speed. Turn order matters in a lot of spots.
I would say
damage matters.
Being able to take a hit better, being able to deal a lethal blow earlier in the fight usually matter more these days. Sorry, go ahead.
Offense mods are more important than speed mods right now on the majority of characters.
That's probably fair.
Well, there's so many. Yeah, it's a fair statement too, because a lot of the characters that you don't even need speed for on them that either boost or call an assist that does all the damage. You can look at Jedi Knight Luke. You can look at just go down the line of characters. Damage is really, really important for them. And I also think people overlook their tanks. their main stats are their defense and bulk on those characters. They're like, well, my Savage got destroyed. Well, let's look at your modding. Okay, I can see what happened. He's a paper tiger. Cool. Yeah, that's why you got smacked. And it's going to be even more important in Relic Delta. You're going to be scrimping, scromping, and doing whatever you can to get as much out of every mod you can on your team, especially if you're two. Once you start hitting 3, you better have mods correct, or you're going to really feel it. In 4 and 5, you might as well not bother.
Yeah,
I think people forget that a speed set gives the average character somewhere between 15 and 19 additional speed from the set bonus, which isn't like an unreasonable amount of speed. Don't get me wrong, but most of the characters on my roster, and I mean, you can make the argument about my roster size, whatever, but I'm sure Ranger would agree, even on his roster, the majority of my characters probably have 15 more speed than they need already, to a degree.
That's probably...
There are some characters that need to be fast, yes. But the majority of characters on my roster, they don't have like, oh my god, this character needs to be 350. It's like, 280 will be fine.
Let me answer. Well, first of all, Hirogik says, where do I put in a roster review for requests? So, yeah, I'll answer this. And also, I had a couple other DMs. There's no cost to do roster review, guys. Like, if you're on Twitch, use your channel points, because there's a redemption for that, and that's free, and you guys are welcome to do that. But, if the chat's slow, I would basically do it for anybody. Naturally, you guys are on YouTube, just drop the link in the chat. If you guys want a tip, tips are always appreciated. Super chats are great, gifted subs, biddies on Twitch, PayPal is tassenix@gmail.com. All of these are welcome and not required. But getting back...
You guys cannot buy this. Have fun with that.
Sorry?
I mean, you could actually buy this. No.
Soul Ranger QC, just follow the channel. Welcome. But Link just asked, how's the Ahsoka mods that he's got up here? So I would say that you're off to a fine start. If you're in a speed set, you want to be fast. So you can see that your triangle here can be grown yet a good bit. So keep up with that one. I see why you selected your arrow. You've got percent health and percent defense, the most highly desired stats for her. You've got defense and speed on this health cross, but see that you're already over 6 dot and only 9 speed on a speed set type mod. I would not have taken this mod up this far, nor would I continue to put any more resources in it. I would look to replace this. I wouldn't look to work with it further. This circle is incredible. You don't need me to tell you that. 28 speed, 9% defense. Like, it's going places. This mod, 18 speed on 4 rolls with the percent health, with the percent protection. Worthwhile to use, not worth developing further because, again, it's an underwhelming speed on a speed set type. If this was on any other type than speed, I'd have a little more forgiveness. But being that it's speed, we're here to move. Let's go. This one is great.
GLs disproportionately benefit from speed because that 15 and 19 speed boost I was telling you about, they're getting like 35.
It's true.
To like 39.
That is a very fair point.
So yeah, the speed set on them is better than an additional arrow.
Yeah. Now your square here.
GLs disproportionately benefit from speed mods, whereas the non-GL characters, I would say the majority of them, and again, this is going to take you a long time to farm all these, but I would say fast offense sets are more valuable than like mediocre speed sets.
Mediocre speed is to be avoided.
And to be clear, when I say mediocre, I mean like the 18 to 21 speeds.
I mean, he means flaccid. That's what he wasn't trying to say.
Yeah, I'm saying like if you can get 22 to 24 speed offense mods, that's more important than 20 speed mods.
Now,
like all your good speed mods are 25 speed plus. Like if they're not over 25 speed, they can still be okay. But your goal for a speed mod is to be 25 plus. In today's day and era, when you get 8 slices at it and 6 attenuates, like you should be able to find a good portion of those if you're a mid to end game player. Sorry, I don't mean to over talk you.
You can't keep saying sorry, I don't mean to after every time you keep doing it. You know
that,
right?
Yeah, you keep doing it.
That's not how this works, right? All right.
It's not how any of this works.
I thought apologizing absolved you of
No,
yeah.
Because you keep at it, keep doing it.
So this
like
square
I'm sorry,
here,
I punched you in
though,
the face, but Jesus, I'm going to do it again.
This square here, Link, just calibrate away this flat offense. Hopefully you hit speed. And like Dagger was saying, you're hoping to get an average, like on the higher side of average, having an average of 5 speed per roll on secondaries on a speed set type. Like, you don't have to be that strict, especially if you know that you don't have enough depth on speed sets. Where if you were to be this picky, then you're talking about people having incomplete sets of mods. Okay, fine, have a little more leeway. But as soon as you really can, you want to be strict about speed on speed sets. And yeah. Then Soul Rager says, "Good evening, guys." Yep, good to see you, man. Welcome. So much. He just dropped off a steak. Fantastic. All right.
I'll take my medium rare.
Yeah, no kidding. It looks good here. Darth Link says, "I guess another question I have is, since I'm taking mods from others so much, should my GLs take from my really, really good non-GLs?" That's the way that I would encourage you to think of it. Is you want to prioritize your offensive teams. It's more important that you succeed where you're looking to get your clean one shot with whatever. It's more important that you have the mods equipped to make that team succeed than that you have those same or better mods on defense with the hopes of getting a hold. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do it that way. So skew towards making your attacks more successful. I think we've given that a fair shake. For your 15,000 channel points, Link. Hopefully we've got you covered. You're a patron, so you know where to find me. Anyways, you'll never be neglected. Diego says, "Hello from Spain." Hey, welcome, man. It's late for you, but welcome to the stream. Good to see you.
Hola, como Esther.
Urogik says, "Can you guys look at my team and give an overview? Thanks." What team? Drop a look at GG link. Yeah. Link says, "Gotcha. I'll be making some crazy adjusting then, so get ready. Thank you for the review." Yeah, man. You've pushed your account hard to get to the end game ASAP, and now if you want to start being competitive with the people around you at your size, you're gonna have to have not just the characters, but the way to push them to their extremes, the way that your peers are. So definitely keep being discriminating about those non-speed secondaries, and you'll get there. Yeah, let's have that link to your GG, Heroic, and we'll have a look there for sure. Oh my goodness. I'm surprised Mrs. T is showing up with wine to complement the steak. Thank you.
I'll take a nice red, thank you.
Goodness.
With the price though,
That's fine. You can have that mostly full beer. That is okay.
One whiskey, one steak.
I said it's
one
mostly
beer.
full, not stolen. Mostly full. All right.
Mostly.
All right. What's it? Like button, YouTube people. That's right. Please do hit like if you're enjoying the show here. Hit subscribe to the channel if you want to know when I'm going live. You want to see when I post videos on YouTube. All that. Definitely. Thank you, Kimmy. Appreciate the plug.
Hit me, Kimmy, one more time. Tass now has fine wine and steak.
Wow.
It's good man life right
Living the dream here, guys. Steak and
there. I
wine.
know, yeah. Enjoy that steak and wine.
Enjoy the steak. I don't really do wine, but enjoy the steak.
You son of a bitch.
I mean, with wine, steak with potatoes, a vegetable, and wine. It's been a righteous combo for centuries. There. It's beyond dispute.
Yeah.
You can't deny it.
Yeah.
It's
and
just a
now
historical
we have
fact.
beer and whiskey.
Now we have beer and whiskey. Yeah, fair.
Well, no, listen. When I'm having prime rib, I'm just straight drinking whiskey, So, but sometimes,
Fine choice.
depending on the cut and what I'm eating, red wine is good. And if I'm having fish, I'm drinking a nice white wine.
That's right. Nice. Yeah, Herogic, I still didn't see you drop the link. Maybe I missed it, but yeah. Guys, keep dropping more questions in the chat. This has been wow, we're 2.5 hours into the stream, and this is kind of the first real break in the action. So really successful in terms of getting your questions out and done.
Yes, everybody right now, I want you to stare uncomfortably as best you can into the video link, looking straight at Task as he eats his delicious steak. And
I promise I'll just do it off to the side and mute my mic as I get him where I fit in.
No. I just want to give you a hard time. Favorite Christmas movie? You picked the wrong question to ask this day, Skate. I already had this little conversation.
Actually, to be fair, it depends on what you do. Hold on. Well, man, I don't want to do this shit. Do you consider Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Look, why don't
Yes,
we not make this one doesn't have to be a hard fought battle. We can just be brief.
No. I'm saying, if you consider Die Hard a Die Hard movie, then it's Die Hard. Or to be Die Hard a Christmas movie, it's Die Hard.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It is a Christmas movie.
Okay, then Die Hard.
Okay, that's a fine choice.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it, but it's the old like Rankin Bass shit from the 50s. It's the
oh my god,
one,
yes.
I need the one with Heat Miser and Snow Miser. It's like the Christmas without a Santa.
Is that Santa Claus Comes to Town? I think is that one, right?
It's either that one or it's like the
Santa
Year
Claus,
Without a Santa Claus. I forget which one it is.
Yeah, one of those two, right? Yeah.
Shout out to the claymation Rudolph one with
That's okay. Classic.
Island of Misfit Toys.
Island of Misfit Toys, the Abominable Snowman that gets tamed, all of it. Yukon Cornelius. If you know, you know.
Shout out to that movie. That movie, the mainstay.
Hey, you know what? That's a reasonable cosplay for you. You could do a really
definitely do
job on Yukon Cornelius. Guys, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. This is possibly even a better fit than Dr. Robotnik. What do you guys think? I'm feeling the Yukon Cornelius vibe.
Or if he wanted to, he could take the Mad TV claymation they did of the same thing and turn it into the Godfather and make him Yukon Cornelioso, the best hitman of the North Pole.
Yeah, this is the man. This is the man I'm looking for. There, you see this? That's dude.
I know what he looks like.
Dunk.
And every time you walk around, you have to throw your pick up in the air. It lands. You pick it up, and you go. Nothing.
All right, Delta. All right, let's see. Let's put in the next. Hiroga gave us his profile here, so we're taking a look now. So let us know. We'll give you a generic review here, Hirogic, but if you have specific questions about your account, ask, and we'll pay some attention to that. Roger That Bob says, morning from Western Australia. What advice would you share to a new player to Swugga? And which unit do you all think is underused? First of all, best advice for a new player, get hooked up with a content creator that covers the early part of the game, because like any other game that, it's a system of human invention, there is going to be a mathematically optimized way to pursue the game in terms of maximizing resources ASAP. The new game experience is radically different now from the time that I started it, so I can't be that guy for you, but you need to be watching somebody like that. I know people mention Nooch here. Who else have we been talking about that's been covering the new game? The early game? Vexatron. Vexatron was also mentioned earlier. I want to say Zareth has been working up a newer account, but it's kind of maybe a couple years old in itself. Maybe he started a third one. I don't pay attention.
Yeah, Scribe doesn't. Scribe's got new stuff.
Scribe's another one you might want to check out because it's.
Did you mention Nooch?
I did mention Nooch early on. Yeah, he has a lot of videos covering early games. So yep, Sanjita, Darth Link mentions. Yeah, I know him more as an endgame player, but I think he has an early game account. So check out all these names and kind of just see who you vibe with after a few minutes watching each one, and you'll have a serviceable job of being on a great course for your early game. All right, yeah, Zareth just started an early game. Zareth is one of the longest running, content creators for Grand Arena, and he's made a couple new accounts just to kind of show how he can progress something from scratch with a Grand Arena focus and produce outsized results for the size of account that he has. Yeah, Star Wars Dad, Kimmy Bobby, that's Nooch, at least on Twitch. I know that his like YouTube branding is saying a lot of Star Wars Dad, yeah. And Vexatron, you mentioned, good call. Okay, yeah, Herogic says, as far as his roster review, yeah, gaps to progress past Bronzium, and how I can get to number 1 in fleet battles. Keep getting held to around 20th and losing gems. Okay, well, what are we really looking at? Bronzium 2. What's the size of the account? Did I miss that? 9.5 million galactic power. That's the class of account we're looking at, guys. All right, we're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 GLs. JML, Lord Vader, Rey, Jabba, Slacker. All of them having ultimate. And yeah. The Relic 9 Clone Wars Chewbacca. Got in on that, did you?
I did too.
One of the highest characters on your list now. All right. Getting out of Bronzium. Well, I'll say this. Irrespective of your roster development, you'll find that successful Grand Arena players are ardent about their point of view that they want to pursue with the game. Some players are efficiency minded, meaning that they'll set like lesser teams, not their best teams on defense. Not necessarily garbage, but not their best, not their finest, so that they feel assured that they'll have clean, high banner, very efficient clears against their opponent. There are people that like to set a certain defense, and they want to let that be a really strong, set of walls, and they're willing to use lesser teams to punch up into what they expect their opponents. And then you have players like me where I'm less focused on that, where I'm more interested in scouting my opponent. That's the point of view that I think I, not uniquely, but most strongly espouse amongst my Grand Arena streaming peers, is the significance of scouting. The most transformative thing I ever did for my Grand Arena game is getting into it. And it's a lot of fun. The feeling of pulling off the plan exactly as expected. Like, they set the defense, even if they rotated stuff, you saw how they rotated, and you more or less predicted it. Even if it wasn't the same teams, it was the same proportion of defense, so you had the right tools reserved regardless. Pulling that off where you full clear their board, especially for high banners, and then you got multiple holds on your own defense, makes you feel like you saved just enough to do the job, and then you put everything else that was worthwhile down. Like, the feeling of it all coming together. That's where I can always enjoy, win or lose, how well my plan, like my estimation of my opponent. I love seeing how accurate my read of my opponent is. And then also, it also kind of protects me as well. There's going to be, you'll see, for other content creators, as the metas come and go, they'll have more or less fun, depending on it. Some of them will be fine with whatever, but some of them will also just, like, be negative, kind of just get despondent on the game. Just say, oh, I'm almost thinking about not playing Grand Arena until the set rotates out. Scouting, because I'm playing my opponent more than I'm playing any particular aspect of the game itself, that's never going to get old. That's never going to fall out of style. So, general advice as far as getting out of Bronzium, what do you guys have to say about that? Dagger, Ranger?
Spend more money.
Time. You'll eventually just get out.
It's just time. That's all it really is. It's just
the squish will push you. Yeah, the squish will push you up slowly, regardless, up to about like chromium, mid chromium. So,
all right. Anyway, what to advance for his account?
I DM'd you a roster, by the way, Taz, when you get to it.
Oh yeah. XX Lil Goose just subscribed to the channel. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Followed here on Twitch and subscribed on YouTube. That's what I like to see. The double support is very much appreciated. What did you... Sure. Yeah, did I miss that one? Somebody requested that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll get that. We'll get to that one next because we gotta give some more attention here to Huro.
Yeah, no worries, no rush.
Huro, tell us, like, as far as goals, what teams are you looking at pursuing? Then what did you say? Gaps to progress. Well, you were talking about fleet. Surely we need to take a look at this. As far as capitals down at the bottom, quantity. We have Executor. We do not have Leviathan. I'm sure you're already well aware Leviathan is the signature top fleet in the game. Between Executor and Profundity, I do feel that Executor is more likely to beat Leviathan. So if your top 20 is packed with Leviathans like mine is, you may well practice that. That's going to be Executor triple attacker. So Punishing One, Razor Crest, Xanadu Blood. Bring in Houndstooth. Well, I usually bring in Boba first, actually, now that I think about it. But if you don't have Boba up to speed yet, like, Houndstooth would be workable. As far as taking rank 1 in fleet goes, daily basis. Billy Goose, finally free to put my Prime sub to good use. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that. Yeah, Herotran says, as far as good advice for you, Brogic, screw defense, go full offense with efficiency. Yeah, I mean, this is a decision that I would normally make justified based on what I scout my opponent to do. Like, if it feels like it's the right thing to do to cheese them, I'll do that. I'm loyal to no other tactic other than counterpunching what I think that you're going to do. And I will, bendy straw twist myself as I need to stick to that. We just got into a hype train, guys. I didn't see us get it kicked off, but thank you. We are now in 31% through a level 1 hype train. Let's chug it along, guys. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
None of those communist GLD or Pillsy or any of those assholes are there, are they?
I don't know if Pills is... No, I haven't seen Pills in a few days, but the last time he was here, he went gangbusters. So maybe he went on vacation, took a break, decided to do something else. But, man, shout out to Pills because, yeah, we have the anniversary bundles and stuff in the store. And thanks to Pills and all of you out there supporting the channel, I'm able to pick up a bunch of it. So really appreciate it. Stuff that I do have a regular budget for Swugga, but you guys allowed me to go that extra mile, and I really, really appreciate it. All right. The sub guys, 734, just followed the channel here on Twitch and on YouTube. Appreciate it.
Little high register there.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily see both, but it was like, I'm Ron Burgundy?
Yeah. It turns out if you put it in front of Tass, he will read it.
Yeah, there you go. Darth Link just gifted out 10 subs. Hey, wow.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hey, man, appreciate that. Thank you. That pushed us right up into a level 4 hype train, guys. Just like that. God. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
We get to level 5. I'll do a nasty shot for your community.
Did you see Fatal just got the shame sub?
Yeah, I did see it. But you know what? Like, a whole bunch of the recent subs.
No, I know.
Have, like, gift subs have, what do you call it? Expired. So I get that. I'm not. How do I reset this?
I'm still allowed to call it the shame sub for one of your partners in crime not subbing. That's all I'm saying.
All right, here we go. Now I got his 6 stars.
That doesn't mean he hasn't subbed. It doesn't mean he hasn't resubbed yet. So sometimes you can get caught with that before you resub.
I know.
That's why I just want to make sure it's clear because you're talking trash on my boy Fatal, and I gotta say I could defend him.
Dude, I know that both Nomads and Pills have gifted me gift subs, and I've gotten accused for the shame subs too. I'm just saying, because I had like a week to renew my sub, and they renewed. No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, bang, Darth Link, man.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be hearing the chimes there for a moment.
Yeah, all right, we get to level 5. I will let Taz pick which of the nasty drinks I will do on the show.
Oh, geez. Why? Did we just get a gift run out somewhere?
If we get there. Yeah,
you're laying out the bait. 5, you're laying out the bait.
Yeah, I'm putting out that carrot. I'm throwing it out there.
Oh,
I see.
If you guys get him, what level are we at right now? 4. If you guys get to level 10, I will eat the sandwich my girlfriend bought me on stream.
What?
I'll
I'm
eat the
drinking
sandwich.
Fernet, and you're
I'm
talking
saying
about
I'll eat the
sandwiches.
sandwich that my girlfriend brought me on stream. Otherwise, I'll turn the camera off.
Oh my god!
Guys, give me just a minute. I'll put Ranger and Dagger back up on screen. My wife's giving me some great news. We've been trying to get my daughter's been doing so well in school and everything. Been getting her into extracurriculars. Hey! We got her into swimming, and now she's about to tell me how we got her signed up for music lessons. So I just want to talk with her for just a minute. And I'll be right back.
I hate
Link
you,
with another
Link.
5.
And thank you, Link. Thank you, Link, for kicking us up to a level 5 hype train. Appreciate you, and I'll be right back.
Well, shit. I didn't think that was going to happen, honestly.
Yeah, with no pills, no nomads. It was,
I thought it was a good gamble. I thought it was a good gamble. I really did.
I thought so too. Who needs friends? Who needs enemies with friends like these?
Yeah, I am that monkey on the organ.
All right, I'm back. I didn't want to leave too long during a hype train. Really appreciate you guys.
Well, not to worry, it's being reset. Tasks, am I doing a shoey? Am I drinking Fernet? Am I drinking Malort?
Whichever one is not nasty.
I was going to say, you know what? How about just for once? Just for once.
I said nasty.
You did say nasty. So you know what? Just for once, why don't we say that you choose the least nasty thing? Because everybody's going to tell you to drink the most nasty thing. Why don't you take some Fernet, route it through a used jockstrap, and then pour that through a shoe, then drink it. That's what I feel like everybody would tell you. But, drink something that doesn't actually fill you with disgust, because I feel like we're still going to be here a while.
They're all pretty bad.
Drink the Fosters.
No, I did that the other day.
Yeah. My daughter has percussion lessons on Friday.
What kind of percussion does she doing?
The mallets.
Okay.
I am going to do one of my lords.
I get this over with. Like that.
Yes.
Oh my God. Aster says 50-50 Fernet and Malort.
Y'all didn't donate for that. Y'all gonna have to donate directly for me. That's a direct to me.
That sounds like level 15 hype train territory. We're talking about damaging a man here for the sake of dollars, and this isn't even for American Cancer Society.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying, Ranger, how do you feel about Boilermakers?
I'm ignoring you.
That's not even that unreasonable.
What are we making here? A hoopty screwdriver? Is that what you're doing here?
No, I'm just getting some orange juice ready because once I do the Malort, I'm going to need to cleanse my palate.
You're chasing. I got you.
I have to. This is how bad this is.
No.
Normally, if I do a shot of whiskey or something good, I'm just like, oh, that was delicious. When I drink this shit, I got to chase because, all right.
Thanks again, guys, for pushing us out here into a hype train.
There we go.
We got just under 2 minutes left here at level 5, and now we're into forcing Ranger to do all this. Jeez. See, I drink for pleasure. You guys have seen me get pretty lit here, whether it's on wine, beer, whiskey. I've had my share. I enjoying my time with you guys, and I'm glad that most of you enjoy that too, because you're not going to watch me drink no alcohol out of no shoe, nor no nasty alcohol out of anything. Yeah.
God bless Ranger for what he does for the community.
I'm retarded.
Hey, there's the Tassenix Gaming sweater. That's actually one of one.
I showed it off earlier when
I didn't see it earlier, so whatever. I was looking at other shit.
But you'll appreciate this task. I went up to my partner and I was like, "Take my clothes off," and she's like, and she was like, and she went to go do something else. I'm like, "No, my clothes. Keep yours on." She's like, "Oh, that's no fun." So
fantastic.
Yeah, that's how this went.
All right. Where are we at here? So yeah. So do we mostly answer what you wanted to know, Heroic? Because I guess when it comes to mods, I see that you also know how to pick your speed. Not knowing you that well yet, if you haven't watched my series on how to mod, like literally how to build your mod collection. A lot of this stuff you would probably know about how to pick speed because it looks like you're doing that well. Check when you watch those, if you watch those videos, there's probably some best practices things that you'll pick up in addition to the previous advice I was giving out. Since you're already knowing how to select for speed, also start being pickier for other secondaries. Additionally, I'm seeing a lot of speed and health sets here. I'm thinking that you need to diversify your sets. We need to see a lot more offense, like a lot more offense. Speed and offense should be the two of all of your 4 sets, or 4 set mod types. Those 2 should be the most populous. You should have the most of offense and speed, in no particular order. Your series has taught me, dude. Oh, good, dude. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that helps. It looks like you're picking your speed really well. So just continue on, and pick up those other secondaries. You're trying to get more picky with the percentage. Good. That's good. Honestly, like I say, if we're talking about being picky versus having an empty mod slot, obviously choose to have the slot full. Whatever. Okay. Short of that, being as picky as you can as early as you can will save you resources. Like I say in those videos, so many people waste an incredible amount of valuable resources trying to force mods that were mediocre, if not from the beginning. A few rolls in, you saw that it wasn't really bending your way, and you still pushed on, and you still pushed it all the way to 6A. And now you've got your offense mods with 4 rolls of tenacity and 3 rolls of flat defense and only like 2 rolls of percent offense. Yay! Right? We got to avoid those.
Great example is that tenacity set diamond right there. That's 6A.
Tenacity set diamond. That is 6A.
It's on,
Right next to it's on. Yeah, it's on TX2. Down, second from the bottom. Third.
Oh yeah. Here it is. Now, yeah, I mean, so why do you? I have a thought on this, but go ahead, justify your thought on this. Why do you?
Well, I'm saying like not to pick on you or anything. I'm just saying that this is a mod that just is severely overinvested in. Like it's not the worst mod ever, but it is definitely overinvested in.
Yeah.
There's no tenacity on it, so it's not a great tenacity mod. It's not overwhelmingly fast. There's flat health and percent protection, so not particularly focused. Just, again, not to pick on it. It's just this is one of the mods you want to try to avoid going forward.
This is not a roast. This is a critique. That's fair. Yeah. Offense and speed should be the broadest base of your 4 sets for sure. Now, Jorge here in the chat says, or Jorge, I think is the proper way to say that.
Let's go with Jorge. Yeah, I like Jorge.
Yeah,
better.
Would you believe Spanish is not my first language, man? All right, so he says speed, offense, and defense are the essential sets. Certainly, over the last couple of years, the stock of defense has risen incredibly. It was always good mix, but as the game has progressed and more players have high-end rosters where we're talking about the base level of the characters being like Relic 7. This, of course, a lot of the people here may not have that case, but as you go higher and higher with the relics, you see that your life total continues to increase, and it goes up by big chunks. But your defensive stats don't scale at the same rate unless you're a tank, and even then, not all tanks get great scaling off of relics. So to that end, particularly as you head into higher relics, defense sets have an outsized value. Using health sets on anything and everything lower than Relic 7, above Relic 7, completely fine. But the higher you go up on the tree into relics, the more you're just getting handed life total and not defense. So yeah, defense sets are certainly at the high end, the most premium 2 set, like the most hotly desired 2 set. Because, if you're deliberately farming them, you're going to have some range in those. Of course, you're going to have defense as a secondary, like Dagger said, and like how we talk about in the how to mod videos. For whatever 2 set is that you're farming, you're looking to have the complementary secondary inside it. You're farming tenacity sets, seek the tenacity secondary. You're putting on a 2-piece of crit chance. you may as well have crit chance on the secondary, because if you didn't need as much crit chance as you clearly do, you would be wearing a health set or a defense set instead, right? So it's like, same thing with potency, right? So you're thinking to seek these mods that are giving you these doses of stats that you want. Seek the secondaries to complement.
On top of that, defense mods are scaling with import as well, with Relic Delta. So if you have a Relic 7 attacking into R9s, a defense all set's going to go a long way to giving you extra bulk. If you have an R9 on defense and you're putting defense sets on your R9s is going to be further damage mitigation that will be increased by Relic Delta as well. So I honestly believe we're going to see a lot more. The efficacy of defense sets is going to continue to rise because of Relic Delta.
Hey, the sub guy 734 says was just dropping in to give a follow because I saw you on Scribe Tribe Talk. Appreciate that, man. It was a pleasure to guest over there. Always fun to chat with Scribe. Sorry.
No, yeah, it was me. It was me and Scribe and Tassenix and not Dagger. It was lovely.
Right. But we can only handle so much Robotnik at one time. Although honestly, I'm really making the transition over to Yukon Cornelius in my mind. It's gonna stick. The Yukon Cornelius is hardcore.
I'm really with you there, brother.
It sounds like this. I wonder why I give you so much of my time and effort.
Kimmy says, gotta go, but thanks for the show. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Kimmy. Glad you enjoyed.
Yep, get home safe, Kimmy.
Yeah. Paratran said, loving the stream so far. Lots of helpful info. By far, my favorite item of feedback to receive. So, thank you. Really appreciate that. Let's see here. Yeah, Herogic says, with the mod spaces, do mods on characters count as a mod slot when mods are full in inventory? No, when you're seeing like you have your 500 mod slots, this refers to unequipped mods. So if you equip mods, and this is something I actually do from time to time, if you're the type of account where when you are farming mods, you're filling up your roster, you've already got all your characters that you're using already having mods equipped, I will periodically do a purge, going from the bottom of my roster, looking at characters that have mods equipped that are actually crappy mods that I shouldn't be keeping. And I sell them off, and then I make them mod lockers for mods that, like the characters themselves, I'm not necessarily planning to use in the near term, but they're good enough to keep. So we'll keep them, and now we've taken them off of that total of 500, so I've got that space to work with. Yeah, Dagger, you're saying here in chat, you just did that recently. Feel free, cut in.
Yeah, I call it an audit, where you go, where you basically go to the bottom of your roster and you rip the bad mods off. Yeah. It's basically one of those things where you have mods that you can sell or get rid of, and they're generally on your bottom characters. And when you're trying to just clean out your inventory, you need to churn through all the bad mods, and frequently you'll have mods that you don't have any place to put them, so you just trickle them all the way down.
All right. What's Ranger doing here, says OCK. Like Dagger, they just decided to drop on in. They've got access to join me when I'm streaming, and they're here. Please. And we're grateful to have you.
Ranger's
both.
Here because he heard the words Jaeger bomb.
You did not hear that shit from me.
No, somebody in the chat said it. Somebody in the chat said it.
Oh, well, you can make Dagger. You can make Ranger do a Jaeger bomb. Last time I did one, I was legit.
No, I wouldn't even want him to do that.
Not since early college days. Not since early college days. One of the top 5 hangovers of my life was the morning after Jaeger bombs.
Look, I drank Boilermakers when I was in college, and I had like 2 Jaeger bombs in my life, and I'm just never having it. Boilermakers are where I draw the line. Like that, they're bad, but they're not like bad. God bless you, Ranger, for the things you drink for money.
Seriously.
It's got to be done.
Liver cells for cancer research. That's the name of your nonprofit brand. Seriously. All right. Yes, exactly, Herogic. You can use them as placement holders. Yeah, the more common term that you'll hear used around players is mod locker. Yeah, they're holding mods that are good enough to keep, but not necessarily good enough to field on better characters. You know? Not at this time. Stuff like that. All right. Herogic, have we done right by you? You got your questions answered here? Because I feel like you're on a good path. But again, you're hitting me in kind of my weak spot. Unless you're talking more towards the end game, you have a lot of different paths you could go to develop your roster. And I would always defer you to somebody who's more specialized in that end of the game. But by all means, let me know if you have a follow-up. Otherwise, guys, put more questions in the chat. I'm here basically until you guys seem to be packing it in on us. Dagger and Ranger are welcome to stay as long as they like, and as long as we're all here, I'll keep the lights on. We're over 3 hours
for another
already.
hour. I've got the Cowgirls on tonight, so I've got to, as a true fan, watch my teams who sucks.
Yeah, we usually do watch football together. So I mean, when does that game start?
As well as around that time. So about an hour and a half, hour and 15-ish, something like that.
Okay. If it's like that, then we'll say that we probably got like an hour of life or so left in the stream, something like that. I don't think that's an unreasonable goal. So yeah, let's have it, guys. Step on up. Bring forth the questions. I got to knock out my fleet arena here.
I did DM you.
That other roster review like 10 years ago. Yeah. Okay, Mini Riva's profile. So 14.8 million. Now this is closer to my neck of the woods. What are we looking at? Kyber 1? Yeah, Kyber 2. Highest rating was Kyber 1. All right. So you're one of the guys that treads the line. Are you still here, Riva? I hope we didn't lose you. How long ago was that?
Got the mod depth. Got the mod depth, but it's recently acquired, so some teams are poorly modded. No clue what to fix next and what to work on next.
All right, let's have a look.
So pretty open-ended. It's help me progress, basically.
I'm going to evaluate this account as I would evaluate my own. Balin, higher. 8 at least. I'd like to see him 9. You decide how to prioritize that.
9!
Speaking
Mace
of the
Windu.
9, the Mighty 9 comes out soon, and that show's going to be great.
Yeah. Mace Windu, I'd like to see at Relic 8, not for endurance sake, but honest to God, I'm setting GK in enough non-JMK places where Mace is the main tank, if not for JMK himself, then also for EP Starkiller. So give him a little heft, especially, I guess, approaching the age of Relic Delta. Hey, Akin, just followed the channel. Appreciate you.
Hey,
welcome.
Akin.
If you're not already subscribed on YouTube as well, check out the YouTube channel. A lot of good stuff there. All my Grand Arena VODs, bunch of other Swagger stuff. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh yeah, there's the follow notification for YouTube. My man.
Good night, Darth Link. Have a good night. City's heading out.
Oh,
Thanks for all the
Link's taking-
Good night,
subs.
buddy.
Take care, man.
Thanks
Have
for
a
the
good
hype
one.
train. Thanks for all your effort on the hype train, Darth Link.
And for my
Seriously,
drink.
Link, thank you very kindly. Have a good night, man. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for all the gift subs.
River Phoenix is here, by the way.
Okay, good. Yeah, I see Hera said that it's a kind of a joint effort here. So, Heratran says, for mods, Lord Vader clones, Ahsoka, Dark Ray, specifically in the Pirates. I'd like some suggestions for characters to push in relics past Relic Delta. Well, I was already kind of intuitively going down that road about the Relic Delta stuff, so let's finish that aspect of your question first. Bausch, Relic 9, hot Relic 9, my man. This is another character that should be running it either Arrow or Cross, or both if you've got the secondaries, as health. Obviously, those gains are further compounded by being Relic 9, so hot ticket there. Not seeing really huge gains down in this. Ooh, Maz Kanata Relic 5. Maybe just 7 is enough if you're fighting all Relic 9s. Like, I just don't want you to explode to incidental damage from Relic 9s in a Relic Delta universe, right? So consider, any of these teams that are new meta, new releases, certainly, once you have the whole team, we can reasonably expect them to be in our meta for Grand Arena. If not always the best teams in it, they're still going to be there. Like Jedi Master Mace's time with a dedicated Datacron has come and gone. And it's not that the team is impossible to beat by any means on defense. It's probably one of the least teams that you're placing on like a top Kyber 1 defense, but is nevertheless still there. And you wouldn't want to get blown out by having a big Relic Delta. Like if, all Relic 5 team on defense and they're taking Relic 8s, Relic 9s. Try to avoid that. Looks like you got a lot of essentials covered. Let's focus back on some of your other questions in here. So Lord Vader clones you asked about. I mean, we talked about Lord Vader earlier in the stream. I think you're already kind of familiar with this about Lord Vader himself. You're up over 300,000 life total. You have 570 speed, which I consider to be like kind of the floor for him in a speed set. And then 11.4k offense. It would be great. So I think 300,000 life total is kind of the mark to aim for. If you're over that, that's okay. But I would also urge you to then check your breakpoints for speed and offense. In this case, like compared to mine, just as an example, not that you need to be this high, but in terms of what you could kind of push and pull stat-wise, you're over 300,000 life. So I would trade maybe some of that life down to 300,000 life total to gain up to 590 speed or up and over 12,000 offense. Consider that. And then, yeah, if you check the VOD here, we talked in detail about this very question regarding the clones. So if you haven't seen mine recently, just pull mine on my account. And if you have questions after seeing what we talked about earlier in the VOD, I don't want to retread all this twice just about Lord Vader. We'll talk about Ahsoka, though. We talked about good Ahsoka modding with Link earlier, but 570, over 200,000 health. Yes, 76. Closer to 80% armor would be ideal. It would be great if you could improve that armor through secondaries. You see that some of these mods, like, don't have percent defense on secondary, and long-term could be replaced. Like, for the weakest of these looks to be the arrow. Also, I think a big difference would be made by switching to a 2-piece of defense over health. I know that you're relying on that 2-piece to push you up over 200,000 health, but again, it's something you can cultivate through secondary. As far as the rest of Spectre goes, Ezra Relic 9, love to see it. No hate. 377. This is very, very fast. I've spoken on this many times, but to know if your Ezra is fast enough to ward off the great mothers that you might be facing, whether or not we have a Grand Arena season going or it's off week, you can always pull up the leaderboards and look at the accounts of the, 7 people above you, 7 people below you, right? That would make up your matchmaking bracket, max range either way, and see if your Ezra is faster than their great mothers and their Morgan plus 30 on each of the 2 systems. That would be the check. If you're good, then you're good, but this looks strong otherwise. I like that. Ahsoka Relic 9, it's pretty tough to make this wrong. This is more than sufficient. Love it. Yang, offense, okay, that's fine. Over 300 speed, I very much like. See how you have him skewed for double offense primaries. I think that though this could be very significant damage, in the long term, maybe look to replace these with, in your case, you decided to go with the protection circle. I think you could go with health or protection and be okay. It would be better if these were bulk primaries, because his disproportionate benefit to the team is just being alive. So his damage is great, and it's fine gravy, and I have mine set up to do damage too, but I'm also looking for those survivability primaries, either health or protection, for arrow and cross. Yeah. All right, next one here on Spectre, Syndulla. First of all, as you have a lot of the members of this team at Relic 9 already, let's see about pulling her up to Relic 8. Potency here, yes, I do like that. This character, again, is best served by surviving. You see you have this very high potency mark. I think that you could have protection or health or triangle, cross, circle, and pick up enough potency through secondaries such that you'll be well up and over 110, 120%, while still having considerably more survivability. You could also switch from potency set to defense set or health set. If you do increase the relics further, that would, again, make defense the standout value. But these characters with incredible uniques. Uniques only have their effects persist on the board while the character lives, unless otherwise noted. All right, Padawan Sabine. There's a lot of flexibility with how you can do this one. Offense set is fine. Crit damage set is fine. Love the setup, honestly. Yeah, health primary circle, offense, crit damage, and then speed. Again, it would be nice if either the arrow or the cross at least could be a survival primary. But again, that's something that you have to cultivate, so that's okay. You've got a solid basis of offense. You're going to ramp crazy crit damage. You're right on the mark for 300 speed. I like to be 300 plus and pretty much there, so nothing to worry about. No complaint, really. Dark Ray, let's check your Dark Ray real quick. Relic 7, I mean, you're not shy about applying Relic 9, so, and look at this. You've gone to the effort of having the 3 health primaries. First of all, fabulous choice. Second, pump some relics into this. Let's see the 8, yeah? 9 would be the most value, but 8's going to be the sweet spot for a long time. I have the feeling that you're going to get more value out of other Relic 9s elsewhere. The other thing to focus on, aside, of course, from strong offense through the secondaries, is, in fact, a bit of speed. I'd say that mine right now is just over 300 in an offense set. I'd say if you could be like 280 plus, I think you're in an okay spot. Faster is, of course, better. 246 feels a little slow for me. This modding would be more serviceable when we still had the Dre Datacron, where she's getting bonus turns, and her speed is a trivial matter. Yeah. All right, and then last, you want us to look at your pirates real quick. Said the Maz pirates? Maz plus Hondo pirates. All right. You have a lot of options in how you can set up OG Hondo. This health setup and speed is perfectly serviceable. No issues. I will say CLS Rolo only has 1 week left of life, but while it lives, being skewed for protection would be strictly better than health from an exposed point of view. Long term, I don't know. All right, Maz Kanata herself, we already talked about the survivability angle. Love the setup. So, yes, all protection here. I think I myself have a speed arrow, but you have full protection. 335. Mine's just over 350, so you're a little slower, but I feel like you're going to be able to be okay. Maybe a lucky calibrate here and there. Yeah, you're only a calibrate away from 340, so I like that a lot. 72% armor, just fine. Yeah, more relics, please. Bring up to parity with the rest of the team you're using. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. If you're trying to fight towards the higher end of the game, I feel like your minimum service level for characters is 7. You're fighting.
Yeah, seven's the new orange. It really is.
There you go.
Especially if you're going to be in Kyber 2 and Kyber 1. You got to.
Speak. I've been jaw jacking too long, Ranger. Tell the people more. And if you're not familiar, Ranger was one of the testers here in the Relic Delta program that recently wrapped up. We're having that kick in live tomorrow. So here's some thoughts from a guy from the front lines of all that.
Yeah, I mean, really, it was one of the things I pushed for. Now, think about it like this. If Relic 5 is the current mark, because of Datacron's reasons, right? You're not going to push anything above that unless you're forced to, right? One, because it's hard to get signal data, and two, getting to Relic 9 is just, it's a bitch in the old system. Well, that's changing. Now, think about this. The difference between a Relic 6 pirate team versus the Lord Vader versus a Relic 7 Maz Kanata pirate team doing all the stuff with the Datacrons, and right? That's the difference between 10% damage going in and out difference, right? Versus 25%. So if you're going to do something, go Relic 7. Like tomorrow on my stream, I'm going to be taking every character that I can to Relic 7. Still a little slow and apprehensive on Relic 8s and 9s, but will definitely be taking characters to Relic 7 because even with the new Relic 10 coming in, how many are you going to really see? And if you have most of your characters at Relic 7, it still gives you a good chance. So you have to start getting into the mentality, I got to take shit to Relic 7.
Yeah, because like the fast takeaway is, I think something you told us was the first two levels of Relic Delta is essentially trivial. You'll notice it, but it won't stop you. Relic 3 is where you start to feel some pain, right?
Yes.
So, like, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, right now, the top of the game is Relic 9. Obviously, we're on the eve of Relic 10. But, for argument's sake, Relic 9 is the top. So, a Relic Delta of 2 means a minimum service level of 7. And yes, that does imply that as Relic 10, we're talking more than a year after the release of Relic 10, as Relic 10 becomes ubiquitous enough that you're talking about seeing whole teams of Relic 10s, like multiple of these teams, yeah, maybe that minimum service level for your key offensive teams needs to be pushing up closer to 8, 7, around that point. But you have time. Be focused. Be deliberate in who you're choosing to bring up with relics for above 7 now. Because it's got to be a very prioritized effort if you're not going to get caught flat-footed. Hey, a $10 super chat from Akuma. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Here's a little bribe. Not sure if you will have that much to say, but perhaps there is something. 6-month-old account. I'll get the Stranger, so I'll do Starkiller. Happy with Datacron so far. Well, we'll have a look at you, and I think I didn't hear any other follow-ups from the previous gentleman we were reviewing, so yeah, have you step on up.
Well, even if you don't care about PvP, I mean, think about it, and also in a sense of as you're progressing in TB, if you can get ahead, those first 3 rounds will make your fights easy. Conquest, they're changing after the Stranger is going to be Relic 4 and 5, for the main zones. So if you're at Relic 7 to 9, you're going to have easy peasy lemon squeezy fights in that. So I still think I think it still stands.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, Hera and Riva, let me know if I know we didn't go that deep in on your mods and stuff. I guess a quick one over. Like, I don't want to cut off your Relic review too quickly. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I don't know if we had any other outstanding questions for you. So I'll leave your tab open, Hera, because I don't want to cut you off. But let's go ahead and take a look at what Akuma was cooking up. Go ahead, Dagger. We haven't heard from you in a few minutes.
Do we know for sure that they're going to put the new Relic Delta into the new Conquest?
That I don't know.
Not until after the Stranger comes out. The Stranger one will not have any.
The next 2 conquests are going to be under the normal system.
As I understand it, from what I've been told, yes.
Okay. That's the only real question I had that's still going about Relic Delta.
Steve-O, is your account name Steve-O? Because if it is, I don't think we did review it. Link that again. Yeah, if you please, guys. I do get occasionally the odd question or DM about this. Like, I'm not ignoring you, I swear. If I answer some people and not you, the chat moved a little too quick. I missed a line, something. I don't intentionally ignore anyone. So if you ask something and it got buried, have a little grace for me, and I'll have time for you. How's that sound? Yeah. All right. What else we got here? So yeah, I didn't see anything else asked by Hera. Oh, River Phoenix asked. There it is. Thanks, Tass. Feeling pretty good with the review. Thanks a bunch. My last question is, what should GL Hondo be modded for in a post-pirate Datacron world? Tough to say, man, because The fact of the matter is, that's only part of the equation, right? Once the pirate datacron expires, things will be different, but we will have a new datacron on the horizon, and it's within that context that you should get advice. I don't want to tell you anything too strong. I haven't looked at the. I know that there's details available about the new set. I haven't looked at it. But yeah, I didn't make a video. I didn't end up making a video on the last datacron set. The time just never came. That's my failure, and I apologize. I left some people stranded there, but I intend to get back on it, and I'll give recommendations, but it's always got to be within the context of what's the real scenario. Like, you'll be without the current pirate datacron set soon enough, but you'll be wearing something. Gotta wait for that. All right, let's take a look here at Akuma's account. So again, thanks for the super chat, man. Never required, always appreciated, though. All right, 7.45 million Dagger and Ranger. That's what we're looking at. A Chromium 1 account.
Perfect mid-tier account.
All right, we've got GL-wise, you've got Slacker, Leia, and Ray only. You've got Slacker at Relic 8, Leia Relic 7, and Ray Relic 7. That's the kind of context we're dealing with. After that, like Relic 8 Admiral Piet, and so on. So, like I've said to everybody else asking for a review here, let me know what specific questions you have. As I've said to others, I'm less able to give advice on where to progress your account, especially early to mid. This looks definitely very mid-game.
Well, he's got Executor, he's got Profundity.
Oh, sure, yeah, we can take a look at ships. That's bad. Yes.
If I look at Sith Empire, where are we at on that? Your ways. You do have Darth Malgus, so Leviathan is definitely on the cards. I didn't see that as you, let me go back to your ships.
Yeah, his Executor is picking.
He hasn't even farmed the quick. Okay, so we're ways away for Sith Empire, but he does have Executor. He does have the other fleets, which is pretty good at 7.4. Yeah. And you do have Malgus, so Leviathan, it could be on the cards, definitely around the corner.
Yeah, Jacob.
One thing I noticed.
Jacob, we will have time for more reviews. We're going for at least another 30 minutes here. I think after that, we're probably going to break it up and retreat back to my patron chat and watch a football game.
Yeah, Ranger's got to go put up his leg and take some more medicine. Let's see
really
here.
Appreciate
Padawan,
you joining us, though, Ranger.
Yeah. I would like you to see Padawan, Obi-Wan, and Master Qui-Gon go up to 9 for the assault battle. That would be one that I would recommend.
Ooh, strong call. You've already got 7 here. Where's the other one?
Yeah.
Where's Master Qui-Gon?
Yeah, they're both relics.
Oh, there he is. There he is. I know I just saw. There he is. Yeah, both of them are at 7. Hot call. Yes. Both of them being relatively close to Relic 9. Having them up there for Duel of the Fates and getting access to brains.
So good.
This is one of the best changes I think they've made in the last couple of years, where you have these resource events and stuff like the era battles that spit out endgame resources like Gerda keypads and droid brains. Because if your guild is shit at TW, or you guys don't really get engaged in TW, this is your compensator. This will grow your roster a lot. Like, this has drastically reduced the significance of winning and losing in TW, or whether or not you think that's for better or worse. Okay,
I'm thinking, looking at his account for future farms, he goes for Jabba. He does not, because you get the boys up to 9, then you get Jabba, you get that Smuggler's Run 1 and 2 for all that data or mod slice of material that's just going to be essential for all these characters you'll be working on. I just don't. You've got Leia, you've got Rey, you got SLKR. That's great, but I think Jabba would be my next. Besides the boys, that Jabba team, man, I cannot stress how good Smuggler's Run 1 and 2 is for mod slice materials and mods.
Looking over your mods here, for an account this size, for about 7.5 million, what do you think, Ranger? Do you think that if you're looking at my screen here, this looks
Yeah,
to
I'm going through.
be all of his 6 dots. So I like the 6 dots that he's produced.
Yeah.
He's generally picking some decent mods like crit chance on crit chance. There it is. Offense on offense, offense sets, bulk primaries with offense secondaries. This man knows how to pick them. What I'm seeing is not a lot of number of them. Now, granted, this is only looking at is that? Yeah, that shouldn't only be 6A, right? Yeah, no, this is all of his 6 dots. So how many 6 dots do you feel somebody about 7.5 million should have? Because what do we got here? 5 times 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? 5 times 13 worth of mods plus 2?
Yeah.
Literally
I'm looking at his
67. Literally 67 6-dot mods. So what do you think? What do you feel about that? Let's look at 5A here.
I would not expect a lot of mods. I would say somewhere between like 250 and maybe 400 max at this level.
Okay, so it does
I just
feel a
don't think-
little under the mark in terms of 6-dot development.
Yeah, I'm looking
Yeah.
at his jail Ray, and like you need to finish slicing her mods. That's a priority. I don't know if you just got her unlocked, but she's got mods on, but they're not completed. He's got a full health set on Leia, which is fine, but eventually you want to go speed set on her. SRKR looks pretty good actually, even though it's only Relic 8. But yeah, you're kind of onto something here with the mods.
Yeah, I think at like 7 to 8 million, and again, I can only base this off the people I know because I mean, not to beat this drum, but I have a few IRL friends who started a few years ago. They're in the 6 to 8.5 million range, and they have between like 250 to 400 mods in that area, like 6-dot mods. So I think that's probably. I mean, granted, they had me like beating them over the head with the 6 dots, your stupid fleets thing, right? So they might have some lower quality 6 dots at this point just to round off some fleets. But yeah, I mean, the mods look fine for where you're at for the most part. You don't have, I'm just kind of looking at like the quality, right? The quality is generally there, just not. Yeah.
My concern is how many mods you're seeing. You've heard me before, Akuma. I know you're a regular viewer, so I know you've heard me plug for the How To Mod series. If you're not doing at least your 350 crystal refreshes, you got to be doing that every day. And then as soon as you're in the position to commit as many 100 crystal refreshes to mods, there's no substitute for just seeing more mods. So best of luck with that. Feel free to ask more questions, though. I know you're out. I think you're in my Discord too, so you know I'm never too far out of touch. We got a couple more roster reviews that folks want us to take a look at before we get ready to scoop, guys. So let me move on to the next one. Steve-O, we almost had you buried earlier. Let's get you in. I know Jacob CT555 on YouTube wanted to know if we could do one. I mean, get in where you fit in, man. Drop that code. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. First come, first serve, man. All right, let's get this in.
Do not pick DPK. I don't care what he writes.
Double penetration, Kyle. My goodness.
He's timed out.
Uh-oh.
Good.
All right,
Good.
CG is ran by Monkey's profile. All right, let's have ourselves a read through Steve-O's profile. All right, so he's 14.4 million. Much more familiar site. Kyber 2, 3,600 rating thereabouts. Let's have a look-see. What's your questions? Steve, what's on your mind?
He said pirates. He needs money with his pirates. I'm looking up through his questions.
Dog, we got you. Pirates going on screen. All right, now you've already heard us here previously in the stream talk about these. So, yeah, so like speed and defense mods with either health or protection primaries are common. I went in full defense mods with protection primaries for maximum survivability. Offense with crit damage like this, and a potency cross I've seen more than tenacity. I'm assuming you're doing this more because you need to than because you had to. You need to than because you want to. So you being in an offense set is no problem for Hondo. I'm okay with it. It's just if you've been watching mine and other content creators' streams, Hondo's generally a top priority target. Having him set up to do damage implies that he lives that long. And without having survivability as a focus, I very much doubt he gets to really have a chance to enter the fight. So consider that. For use in the Pirate King Hondo team with the intention of resisting, lesser counters, I think survivability is more important in the current meta than offense. But classically, defense, offense, speed, any of these are viable on him. He's very flexible as far as mods go. Maz Kanata, we talked until we're blue about speed, defense. Seems you know the script already as far as that. Protection primaries is fine. Adding more speed would be great in here to be closer to 340, 350 in the long haul. It looks like you have some room to grow these mods yet, so that seems entirely feasible. You're up over 70% armor. Keep pushing secondaries as possible. You'll be okay. SM33, standard damage build, seems fine. Doesn't need to be particularly fast. Over 10,000 offense. Yeah, in a very strong offense set, he can be over 11, closer to 12. So clearly you have offense mods with better secondaries prioritized for other characters. Only you know how important SM33 is to you. I don't think he's critical right now, so you're probably okay where you are. Quiggle. Yes, I like this. Full protection sets. I do see that full protection primaries, 4 of them. And then all health sets. I personally would prefer that these were all defense, but the very next best thing would be health, and that would be fine. You're just under 70% armor. If you were going to stick with health sets, let's say that you only had so many defense sets with great defense secondaries, and you said, Tass, I'd love to, but Quiggle just isn't high enough on the priority list for him to get those defense sets. Okay, fine. Try to select for him in the long run better health sets with, keeping the speed. Being as close to 300 speed, having a lot of speed on this guy is actually quite nice. But as far as having defense on the secondaries, that's the most important thing. We need this guy to stick around. So since you're not defense sets, try to pack on a lot more through the secondary. Kicks, your role is just to survive. I'm doing this in a speed defense set with, I want to say, protection primaries. You've gone with full health sets, full health primaries, and I'm okay with it. I'm not mad at this. That's fine. Vayne, possibly the greatest tank in the game. Full health sets and 4 health primaries. I gotta say, no problems for me there, aside from, ideally, defense. Enfys, we talked earlier, would be great to have some potency on here. I like offense in general, but this whole tank build, I think, is passé. Look for offense, look for potency, possibly even increasing speed radically on this character as well, because I think we're out of the Stone Age Nest days as far as applying this character with either of the pirate teams in any sense. Ithano. See, offense sets. Ooh, pretty good setup there. No notes. Needs relics to have parity with the rest of the characters. Silvo. Dagger, wasn't it you? Didn't you tell me that you run a crit damage triangle on your Silvo and your Hondo? Don't you have it on everybody on the team? Weren't you swearing by that the other day, or am I misremembering?
Well, well, yes, I have a crit damage triangle on everyone but Vayne. And I have that because I feel like the biggest way to prevent some of these off counters is by hitting them back hard enough. I feel like the teams that are going to beat them are going to beat them based more on mechanics than they are anything else. The brute force. I feel like you can't really brute force the team, right? At least not right now with the current crimes. So if you can't brute force them, why am I worried about modding them for so much bulk? I would rather have the crit damage triangle to try to get Wrecker dead if they're using Bad Batch 2. Or to threaten SLK. Ranger said, he lost for the first time this week doing that counter, right? I want crit damage triangles on them to be able to threaten the counters that are being used against them. I'm not trying to outlast them. I'm trying to.
Oh shit! I forgot about my fleet battle. Not doing.
Anyways, I'm just trying to threaten their counter.
Let me move this off screen and do that on the side. That way, it's not blocking us. All right. We talked about Athano. So yeah, now you have that view from Dagger about his case for the crit damage. Punch against any number of counters against it. Otherwise, you are currently having this Dark Side bulk level 3 on a Pirate Datacron, so that's why you may see plenty of other players not having that crit damage triangle and leaning into it. But the Dagger's point is that added survivability actually giving you the leeway to crush the opposing team trying to counter you, or are you simply prolonging the inevitable? Brutus, offense set, crit damage set. I don't know that there's a wrong way to go. I like this just fine.
I think technically offense is better when your character gets crit damage from like Prophet. I think offense is slightly better just to reduce the low end tone.
It's true,
but I don't get the meaningful enough difference to like strongly put my feet down one way or the other.
Yeah.
It really comes down to what has the best offense secondaries that you can put on.
Certainly, if you had to pick a middle of the road offense set or crit damage set, offense would be the better of the two. When my brain thinks about crit damage sets, I'm also by default thinking of strong offense secondaries. I'm not trying to leave a lot of money on the table offense-wise, just for the sake of maybe critting big, So that's the thought there. All right. That brought us all the way through the Pirates. Steve-O, other questions? Hey, Akin, thanks for joining us. You're saying good night. Have a good one. Thanks for watching.
Have a good night, buddy.
But yeah, Steve-O, if you have other questions, let me know. I'm going to get ready to move on to the next review. Guys, when you're sending me your ally codes, it's not a favor to me to put spaces, dashes, X's, all that stuff in between. It's just another couple of deletes I have to do.
On YouTube, they have to do that on YouTube chat because YouTube algorithm will treat it as a phone number and think they're spamming it and won't show up.
Oh fuck! Oh. Well, my apologies then, YouTube people. I did not know that was the way it was.
I have trained them well.
Okay, we're over here at Jacob's profile.
I was just thinking that he was trying to bully you.
All right, Jacob. Hopefully you're here with us, but let's have a look-see here. You're 4 million GP. Bronzium 3. And what are your questions, man? What do you got for us? Just wondering who should I relic up for Relic Delta? So if we're going to approach that question the same way that we've been saying throughout this stream, we're going to talk about existent teams that you already have that you're using perhaps to the edge of their ability right now. And you're going to be most hurt by that when you move in. So we see that at this point in the development of your account, you have no Galactic Legends, so you're definitely way, way early. Relic Delta, I think Relic Delta is beneath you. I think that you shouldn't be looking at considering that. You need to think about primary teams to advance your account. When you're saying that the top of your roster is Relic 7 CLS, and that you have like Relic 7 Master Qui-Gon, Padawan Obi-Wan, when that's the very top of your roster, I think Relic Delta in general is less important than focusing on Relic requirements to meet for the next Journey Guide or Galactic Legend that you're working on. I would definitely encourage you to move that way. Yeah, the cop says, Tass hates his YouTube following confirmed. That's right. Got me. Dead to rights. Yeah. Dead to rights, bud. All right. Jacob says, I'm farming Executor, and after that, Jabba. Okay, well, Jabba's, we've already spoken on that. That's a top-notch choice squad-wise. And then Executor, yes, you can defeat Leviathan. You can defeat other Executors. I don't know how well you do against Profundity, but most people that are in my fleet chart anyway are not... parking Profundity, so it's not as much of an issue. All right, let's take a look here. Relic, so let's see, 4 million account. Let's see what you're looking like 6-dot wise. And we'll sort by speed.
It says I just unlocked Revan. How are the mods?
Yeah. Okay. Now, we've talked about this a couple times here in this stream. You're chasing speed, my man. And you're not necessarily chasing it efficiently, because I'm talking about a lot of 5-roll low 20s here. So a good handful of them. Asynergistic internal secondaries. We're talking about tenacity mods, sometimes lacking tenacity. It's not a widespread problem, I see. I'm relieved to see. Yeah, like this offense mod, we gotta try and not select for more of these that have 20 speed on 5 rolls, and then tenacity, flat protection, and percent health on the secondary. Not the droid we're looking for, man. So I can see that for at least a time, your eye was drawn almost exclusively to speed. I've already plugged a couple times, shamelessly, for the How To Mod series. Check it out if you hadn't on YouTube, because we talk about how to identify what, and work with, and when to stop working with these types of mods. We just gotta be pickier from an early stage, because there's some of these mods that shouldn't have come up. Like, look at this one. This is 1 roll away. This arrow, this defense primary arrow. So you might not have known this. Defense on a defense set isn't terrible, of course. It's a defense set. But defense is pretty inefficient as a primary. You get 24% protection for a 6-dot protection primary, as opposed to if you try to get that much protection or try to get a max roll on a secondary, you're looking at maybe 12 something like percent, about half, right? As opposed to defense, where it's 20% defense for the primary. But on a strong defense secondary, you can get 17 plus, more than the lion's share of the primary, right? So that's something I'd encourage you to think about as well is, I see why you chose it, because it's got a great tanky disposition. Defense primary, you've got percent protection on percent protection and flat. It's okay. But yeah, I would have stopped. I probably would have never touched this, because I want the protection primary. I want a good defense secondary, and then I would have wanted that to mostly roll defense the same way that this one rolled mostly protection. Hey, Kadar, thank you for linking to the How To Mod Guide Part 1. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's my magnum opus, guys. I made that with Dagger. Every tip and trick that I know about how to start from scratch, best practices, stuff to do on the daily basis, stuff to do long term, it's all in that. It's a 3-part series. Take your time, digest it, apply it in your daily methods. It'll work for you, man. Okay. Other questions you got, Jacob, feel free to ask, but just on a kind of quick basis, I hope we did right by you. If you have further questions, I haven't dropped it yet. I guess I should have at this point, because I feel like we've got a lot of new eyes on us tonight. But there's the link to my Discord. If you're not already on my Discord, join. Put in your questions. We have a very active, very helpful community there. So, by all means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jacob says, I rolled that mod back when I didn't understand mods and I thought about selling, but I decided to put it on a pilot like 5s. I have many such mods myself. This isn't about shame, man. This is about helping you minimize waste, right? If you've already got the wisdom to know that you don't select mods that way anymore, then you already see where I'm coming from. It's from a place of love, right? I don't want to see you waste your materials on mediocre endeavors. So, good stuff. But yeah, let me know if you got a follow-up. Otherwise, we'll pull up a new tab for the next request. RNK NSK says, wondering what you'd think I should relic with the Relic Delta in mind. Trying to stay around top 500 in Kyber 1. For example, Treya Squad is Relic 5. That won't work against Relic 5 Mace anymore, will it? Ooh, I don't think it will, buddy, because I've seen pretty well set up Treyas take some titanic hits. So I see you are right to be concerned. You're right to be concerned. Okay.
Yeah, we got to get those suckers to Relic 7. If you want to use Treya against any of these teams, you got to get into Relic 7. So get your Trey or your Scion, your Nihilus. You know, I'm even thinking of taking Savage to 9 since he's the main tank of that team when I'm using him in 5s to 9 so he can just take the hits and not have any penalties. So that's one team that I will be doing tomorrow to the Relic levels. And now I'm going through all of his teams to see what else he needs.
Dig it. All right, so yeah, we've got what's it? Yeah, RNK NSKs, aka Gavin Mothma. Okay, so 13.4 million GP, talking about almost 3,800 in Kyber 1. And again, what was the question? Wondering what you think I should relic with Relic Delta. Trying to stay around top 500 of Kyber 1. And then, yeah, you already mentioned Treya, so we don't need to tell you about the virtues of that. Let's look a little below the top lines and see who you're sweating about for Relic Delta. Yeah, Captain Drogon, we already talked about, man. You want to talk about somebody that you don't want getting punked out? And honestly, there was plenty of incentive to have him at Relic 9 before Relic Delta. Hot ticket for you, buddy. I wouldn't want to see my Drogon getting just blown out.
Rogan? What?
Yeah, my Joe Rogan getting blown out.
I would rather Seth than Joe, not gonna lie.
His pirates are still a low relic.
Yeah, does he have Pirate King here? Yeah, well, he doesn't have Pirate King, so I mean, it's in the tank form. But he's got
Makes
Jabba,
sense.
JML, Ahsoka, Leia, Lord Vader, Rey, Slacker, C, and JMK. So yeah, man's doing all right.
He's doing pretty good.
More Delta related stuff I want to talk to you about. I don't think Balin is super high priority for where you're at, but I feel like in a world where you've got like Jocasta New Relic 8, I feel like Balin's Skull is appropriately at Relic 8, if not 9. Yeah, we talked about Drogon. Hold on a second ago. Wait, where was you, boy? Yeah, Drogon there, Bausch. Same reasons. Not trying to have my Bausch getting taken out casual like, yeah? Hot ticket to Relic 9 maybe, because again, you're thinking about not only in a Relic Delta scenario, they do less damage and take more damage. And so your critical damage dealers for your team, most high-end teams only have one mainstay damage dealer. So this is your sign. This is your sign. Bulk them the fuck on up, yeah? Our questions for members only, says Zach. No, questions are available for anybody. There's no charge to ask. There's no charge for Relic reviews. Tips, donations, welcome, respected, appreciated, and, cherished, but not required. However, Zach, if you have further questions, we're getting closer to winding down this stream. We got a few of us getting ready to go here. And if you really have something urgent, hit me up on Discord. Happy to answer. No problem.
Yeah, nothing else. Relic, just besides the Sith, it's okay. That's the only team I could see that really needed some Relic love besides Pirates, but he's not done with them yet. So, no, I think if you get into Relic 7, I think you're going to be okay until you can start popping 8s and 9s on them, but
yeah,
looks okay. Looks okay.
When you're thinking about Relic Delta, let me know, Dagger Ranger, I know we've kind of made this point or danced around this point, maybe not in exactly these words, but let me know if either of you disagree with this categorically. As far as characters that should be top priority for you to Relic Delta, it should be attackers. Not only to ensure that they do the expected amount of damage, but so that they themselves don't get blown out, like on the immediate basis. What say you, gentlemen?
I still think tanks are more important.
Okay, I respect that. That's why we're asking.
Yeah, just because you're trying to absorb all that damage, right? So it's just compounding damage. If you have, like, say, Relic 7 to 9, like you could have Relic 7 on your. I agree with you on the attackers. Like, support something you can get away with a lot of 7s, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's support, but I do think attackers and tanks. If you, as you said, do that damage, but I think you got to be able to take that damage. So having them at least Relic 7, but tanks, like I could think your offense, even your attackers at 8 would still be okay, right? Because even if they have Relic 10, you're still only getting a 10% difference, right? But that tank, The difference if it's 2 or 3 is going to make a huge difference on how much damage you're taking from that incoming fire, as well as the AoEs and stuff from the characters as well. So a lot of times depends on the team you're facing, but yeah, I think support should be third on that list because you can bulk
So
them
you
off.
say
and with
you say
Datacron-
tanks, attackers, supports, and I say attackers, tanks, supports. Is that accurate summary so far?
Yeah, and you can make a case for.
No, yeah.
Attackers.
This is one of the reasons why I enjoy having guests on my stream, guys. Like where we differ, it's meant for you to consider and choose what you feel is best for you. Like, it's not about what's objectively right or wrong. It's there are different play styles that are radically different from others, and there's considerations and consequences that go into each one that are unique to them. And so, yeah, where you feel that Relic Delta is going to matter more for your tanks and your attackers, go for it, man. I feel like attackers have the most to lose from getting screwed out. Like, tanks, a tank with a Delta applied is still a tank, just a less effective tank, as opposed to a damage dealer with a penalty applied. Like, you're already working to give them their best mod so that you get that actual punch you're looking for when you're looking for it. So not getting that would feel like shit for me. And I don't know that either one of us are objectively right, but that's why I'm so privileged to be able to bring you my guest's opinion. Thank you.
You should listen to Taz. He's higher in Kyber.
I don't know. Yeah, truly, I stand by what I said. I don't think there's a right answer on that. There's just, it's good to have the views. Dagger, what do you have to say on this matter? This is the part where I learned that Dagger left the chat like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Dagger's in fact not fucking here, so that is...
Thanks, Dagger.
Good job, Dagger. Good job. All right, well, listen, Zach, I see that you put in a request, but really, I gotta get us scooting out the door here, so feel free to follow up with me on Discord. Well, these, if you haven't been here for a chill stream before, I usually do these during GAC off week, but, I didn't have a stream for round 3 because I had an Erodium, kind of a free space, so happy to do this. But yeah, we'll follow up with you offline, Zach, if you want to get after me. If you're not on my Discord, I'll drop the link again. Guys. Oh, Luminous just said, just got here. Should Stranger be modded for speed and health with high offense and health? Way too soon to tell, man. Way too soon to tell. Whenever people ask me this, my honest take is, until I've unlocked the character and I can play with it in my hands and I can switch between different sets and see what type of breakpoints I can hit, or speed with this way and the speed set, or offense and the offense set, whatever, until I can actually plug and play and work with it, I don't try and give you guys strong recommendations, because I'm only trying to recommend to you something that I feel that I would use. And I don't know what I would use until I can actually fiddle around with it and feel it out. So, sorry to say, the answer about Stranger is no answer for the moment. In theory, I don't even want to say, man. I don't even want to say, because there's other dependencies interlocked. We don't know what the stat profile and the abilities of Spider Maul are. We don't have the full team kit to even consider how we might mod to compensate for weaknesses not given through the full team. Yeah.
Point.
Yeah, Luminous. All right, no worries, man. Skate says, enjoy the game, Tass. Thanks for the stream. Hey, man, really a pleasure to have you all join me. This was a really successful stream for literally just being something casual, guys. Taking your questions. I didn't even get the time to pull up some other game to just, keep my hands busy. So thank you guys for making it a very interesting and involved stream. Thanks again to my drop-in special guest, Dagger, who's already since left us, and Ranger, who's still hanging on. Thank you for joining. You're welcome to join me later when we're in the patron chat for football, but if you got to scoot, I understand.
I got to scoot. That medication's kicking in, and I need to put up the old leg and get some. I have insomnia, so on top of that, with all this goddamn changing weather and stuff, it's kicking my ass right now.
No worries, man. Get some rest. Feel better. But before I let you go, any last word you'd like to share with the people before we go?
Quit freaking out. It's going to be okay. This is a new era of Star Wars Galaxy Heroes. It's exciting, and we are going to, no matter what happens, good or bad, we'll get through it together, folks. That's what this community does.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Of course, all of you watching me live have seen my couple links drop there for my Discord, so if you want to be in touch in between streams, that's the place to do it. Of course, if you're watching me live, you already know I'm here at twitch.tv/Tassenix. I also simulcast from my YouTube channel, Tassenix Gaming, where if you haven't been there before, I strongly recommend you check it out because, in addition to having all of my Grand Arena VODs with chapters added for easy browsing, we've got a whole bunch of other stuff that an upwardly mobile Grand Arena player might be looking for. Stuff like the aforementioned How to Mod Guide series, the mod guides on individual characters and factions that you guys have requested. I'm on the cusp. I'm trying this week to release the next installment. Stay tuned. We've also got stuff like the GAC Omicron tier list, and it's a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena focused podcast, Plotting and Scheming, that I make with my friends Dagger, TJ, Sasha Aisha, and Fatal, wherein we break down how we dealt with our matches in the previous week in the thereabouts of the top 100 of Kyber 1. We talk about how we dealt with the meta matchups that we saw, our favorite attacks and defenses of the week, our lessons learned for the week to come, and anything else that we think is worth sharing with you. That show is native to Spotify, but wherever you catch an episode, check the description. There's a link that you can use to plug it into your preferred podcast program and follow us that way. Anything you've enjoyed over there on the YouTube, please hit like, hit subscribe to the channel to see more. Really appreciate that support. Closing in on up to 1,800 YouTube subscribers. Guys, the channel's been around for years, but it's really only the last year that we picked up hundreds and up over 1,000 subscribers. Among Swugga streamers, it's still a pretty small channel, but then again, we're pretty focused really only on the high end, so there's a balancing act to be had. Regardless, you guys are keeping the channel growing. Really appreciate it. That is by far the best way to support me, and I thank you so much. If you want to go above and beyond the Call of Duty to support the stream, there are a few ways to do so. First of all, I do have a Cash App. That is $Tassenix. I have a PayPal, which is tassenix@gmail.com. And of course, if you're interested in getting some enhanced Grand Arena scouting power for yourself, early access to my content, including plotting and scheming, and a few other benefits besides, you may be interested in checking out my Patreon, patreon.com/Tassenix. For any aspiring Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. At $5 a month, you enter the Tass House at VIP access level, where you get early access to the Plotting and Scheming show. That's coming out to our general audience Friday mornings at 8 a.m., but patrons have it as early as Monday or Tuesday night, within hours of us recording, giving you that early edge heading into the first round of the week. In addition, I will make the occasional exclusive video for patrons. You'll have that at least a month ahead of the general public. And of course, dedicated text and voice chat on Discord, where I am usually lurking. So pop on in and say hi. Thank you so much to Andrew, Banja, Boba Iza, Deadpool Cow 28, JJ's Productions Twitch, Jobin4527, Me Asmal, Mus Ross, Rays Malbus, Sam Vimes, Sheepdog 47, Squed, Stark Strategy Gamer, Sweens14, and White Wolf. Moving on up to the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where you get a bundled Patreon access to me and to your choice of either OmegaBot or Hot Utils Patreon. OmegaBot's that tool that I highlight at the start of all my Grand Arena streams, showing you those graphs that give you an easily understood sense of what your opponent's offensive and defensive tendencies are about. Anybody could use that tool for free to scout their opponent's last week of Grand Arena history, but only patrons can build out a custom report with any number of weeks. You get a downloadable HTML version of that report with links that you can click, taking you right back into swugga.gg or Insight, data pre-sorted, just helping you further minimize your scout time. Amazing tool. You might otherwise go for the Hot Utils Patreon, aka Chili subscription, which is your #1 tool for mass mod management and loadout creation. Nothing else lets you switch so effortlessly between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, and Raid mods. You can use it like TJ and Fatal do, with a powerful automation feature to comprehensively remod your roster. I also have a video on YouTube about that, about how to use that automation. Check it out. You can also use it to help out your guild in TW, slice through hundreds of mods in seconds, a few other cool odds and ends baked into it. but no wrong way to go at VIP Access Plus. Thank you so much to Aussie Mike, Darth Salea, Esh Satnakam, JJ's Dad, Frick Frack Paddywhack, I Am Arj, Mr. Tony, Shake23501, Single Malt Jedi, Snack Attack, Striker, Supermard, Trouble Fingers, and Zoltre. At VIP Access Premium, that's $15 a month for the Double Bot bundle. So Patreon access for me, Omega Bot, and Hot Utils all under one subscription. Buying those bots anywhere else costs you the same as this bundle, which is why so many of my patrons say it's just one of the best values in all of the game. So thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you to Argots, Bjorn, Big Ninja, Calidus Invictus, Depressed Wampa, Duckstab, Darth Link, General Milan, Ibenek, Johnny B. Ottawa, Kev, Mini GK, Pills, Quig, Rawling, Saldag, Sir Boss, Sophus, Sprizzle, The Lost Womprat, Trevor Boy Gaming, Wilco, and Bane. All right, at the very top of the list in Jester's Club Elite, the one, the only Nomad's Reaper, this madman has popped in many times over the years and set record hype trains. I'm talking level 20, level 25, up and on. Just crazy generosity and support over the years. Thank you so much, my man. And of course, to Pills, who's recently, popped in on many of my streams and just gone ham with subs and gifts out, 10 here, 20 there, up on over 100 in some cases. Really incredible support. Thank you so much, man. Special thanks go out to the Lost Womprat, who, in addition to being, a patron here in the background, has gone above and beyond by helping me set up and maintain my stream deck. Just helps me do everything easier in the background that I love doing with you guys. So thank you, Womp. To Mrs. T, my wife, thank you for all you do in the background, whether it's, in the case of this evening, bringing me a steak and wine dinner while I'm live on stream, or just keeping our daughter from tearing the house apart while I'm trying to be halfway decent at a phone game. I sure appreciate you. And of course, to my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming, Dagger, TJ, Sasha Aisha, and Fatal, as ever, gentlemen. It is my pleasure and privilege to record our show together every week. Despite the pressures of work and family, you guys still avail yourselves to record our episodes. And it's to the good of everybody. I gain something from our conversations every week. Hopefully the feeling's occasionally the same for you, but it's not about us. It's about our community tuning in for every episode. It's seldom that a day goes by that I don't get some type of note, a DM on Discord, a comment on YouTube, thanking us for a tip or trick that they picked up from our discussions. So, it might not always be easy for you guys to show out for every episode, but damn if it isn't valuable, and thank you guys so much. I wouldn't change a thing. Heading back on over to the main scene. Man, we are, damn near 4 hours deep. Something of the kind. We've been at this a while. Yeah, just over 4 hours. So great haul. Hey, Kyle in the chat says, seriously, it's a great deal. Check it out. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I gotta say, the only people that have been retiring from my Patreon are generally people just retiring from the game. So I'm glad. Most folks are enjoying it there. Thank you. Thank you, man. Appreciate the endorsement. I see that you stuck around to the very bitter end, Ranger. Honestly, I thought you would have read the room as you were more than appreciated at that exact moment, and you were very welcome to shuffle off to your well-deserved rest. But you're still here, you son of a bitch. So what do you have to say? What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I'd like to thank the Academy for this award. I couldn't have done this without the help and nothing. Yeah. Now let's get out of here. Out of here.
We'll set up the raid here over on YouTube. I don't know who's alive for Galaxy of Heroes, but I'll check. Nope, no one's alive, guys. So I'm sorry. I'm going to have to send you folks on YouTube out into the abyss when the stream ends. As far as you guys, you madmen hanging out over here on Twitch, who's alive? You've got a couple people. Only one of which appears to be in English, so as an English-speaking audience largely, I'm going to send you over to Big Boat 777. Never seen this guy before, brand new content creator to my attention, so let's raid on in, give this guy a follow, make his evening, yeah? Starting up the raid. Thanks to everybody here on Twitch, on YouTube who showed out. Really, this is one of the most successful chill streams in the sense that I didn't have a spare 5 seconds to get bored. You guys kept the questions coming the whole time. This is my favorite way to do these, where I feel like my time is valuable to you guys. I'm not sitting here bored, and you guys are just keeping the questions rolling in. So we'll keep this tradition going. Thanks again to Ranger.
Yes.
Sorry?
No, I was agreeing. I was saying yes, yes, yes.
Thanks again to Ranger for joining. Thanks again to Dagger. And again, thanks to all of you for tuning in. Until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. It's been real awesome. Take care.